Well, I'm not one to talk bad about people, but if you're looking for a place to begin your search, I'd go no further than Brynda, the maid. She may not look it, but she's a half-orc. You just never know.
Really? Are you a fellow archaeologist, my friend?
Yes. Strictly freelance, of course.
What? Who are you to trespass in the halls of our business establishment? Identify yourself immediately.
Business establishment? Sir, this is a house of horrors.
And Nasraden, great and powerful father, was born in the elven forests of old, body of flesh, but spirit and wisdom of the gods. And he gathered about him an elven council, a group of wise and benevolent beings who saw the world as he did. And the elven council, they protected Arcanum from the evils which infested it. And many were sent to the void, banished from this place for their crimes. Mighty Gorgoth, whose hunger was only satiated in the emptiness of the void. Krakatur, whose heart was dark and fearful, but whose fury was only quenched in the blackness of the void. The Bane of Kree, whose bloodlust was limitless and could only be contained in the endlessness of the void. And Kurgan the Terrible, betrayer of the Elven Council, whose dark magics were an abomination and could only be forgotten in the blankness of the void. And the land was peaceful until the coming of Arronax, who wanted the world for himself and all of its races as his slaves. And there was a great battle between Arronax and Nasraden, a battle to end all battles. And great Nasraden banished Arronax to the void and saved the world from darkness and pain. But so great was this battle that Nasraden was mortally wounded. And so he traveled to the southernmost tip of the land, and there laid himself to rest. But he watches over us still, awaiting the time when the evil shall return. And he shall come again, and he shall be strange to us, and some will not know his face. And his spirit shall be reborn on wings of fire, in hills shrouded in fog. And there he shall fight the final battle with the evil one.
I need a swig or some strong dwarven ale.
You find yourself aboard the IFS Zephyr, high above the Stonewall mountain range.
Help me, please. Oh, thank you, my friend. I haven't got much time. You must find the boy. Find the boy and give him back his ring. He will know what needs to be done. Now listen to me. We had to do it. He did unspeakable things to us. We had no choice but to do as he said. There are so few of us left, but the work is almost finished. And then the evil. Oh, you can't imagine. He's coming back to destroy everything. Everything and everyone. Now, please, just find the boy. Tell him that I escaped. I came back to warn. He will know what to do. You, my friend, it's all up to you.
I can't believe it. I mean, you and then the Zeppelin and the fire. And the altar says that... Do you have any idea what all of this means?
By the gods, man! I almost died here. Didn't you see the crash?
You speak! I mean, of course you speak. What am I, a blathering idiot? Wait, what did you say? Maybe I should be writing all of this down.
The strange man before you fumbles in the pockets of his robes.
I'd like to help you out here, but I am a bit confused.
I am at a loss here. I don't quite know what to do. I mean, you are the... Oh, of course you are. I mean, you do know who you are, right? Of course you do. What sort of brainless, half-baked question is that for what do you call yourself?
Am I being unclear? Your babbling is incomprehensible.
Please, forgive me. I'm making a bloody mess of this whole affair. My name is Virgil, sir, and I'm new to the Panarri religion. Your religion, and I... Oh, wait! I, hereby dedicate... commit my life to the living one. I, Virgil, am at your service, sir.
What do you mean, the living one? Quit speaking in riddles.
Yes, of course. You see, you're him. I mean, the reincarnation of, what's his name? I can never remember. And I'm always getting him mixed up with the other fellow, the bad one. You, well, you know how all of those old elven names sound the same.
I don't think I'm quite getting the gist of it, old boy.
Yes, right. Just give me a moment here. You see, the Panarri, that's the religion that was formed around the things that he said. I mean, that you said. Oh, forget it. Let's start at the beginning. Or this beginning, since there is a lot more that came before this. You are the reincarnation of a powerful elf who the Panarri worship, and whose name is,
Yes?
Right. Yes, the name. Wait. I remember something. It is written in the scriptures. The living one will live again on wings of fire. No, wait. I think it says, reborn on wings of fire. Oh, blood and ashes. Why do elves always have to be so damn cryptic?
Do the scriptures speak of a dying gnome and a ring?
I don't know about the ring, but this business about the evil one returning. As I've said, I don't know a whole lot about the Panarri prophecies, but I think you were supposed to return and fight someone evil. Bloody hell, I should know more of this.
You don't seem very well versed in the damned scriptures.
Blast it all, there's a damned altar around here somewhere. Look on that if you're so bloody smart. Esteemed living one, sir. Look, I'm as new to all of this as you are. I thought this was all allegorical until I saw you crawl from that flaming Zeppelin wreckage unscathed. It seems the Panarri were right after all.
The Panarri? Who are they?
The Panarri are a religion based on the belief that you will return to destroy evil or something like that. No, wait. I think there's someone you're meant to fight. You know, that other fellow. The evil one. Oh, it's all so elven, wrapped up in fancy language and metaphors and all that.
Look, you've been really, helpful, but I really must go.
I told you I was new at this. Imagine the way I must feel. Here you are, the chosen one, living one, and I can't even remember who you're supposed to be. Please, just follow me to Shrouded Hills and we'll talk to the Elder Joachim. He's very knowledgeable about the Panarri and will know much better what to do.
I'm not going anywhere with you, Virgil. Good day.
Look, obviously we're both involved in this whether we like it or not. Please, you must trust me. I know all of this sounds ludicrous, but if you'll just speak with the Elder Joachim, I don't want to fail him.
All right. I will play along with this for now. Let's go.
The path out of here leading down to Shrouded Hills is down to the southeast. We'll stop by the Panarri shrine on the way out. See if it makes any of this any more clear. We should look for any other survivors before we leave, though. What do you think? What is this? It seems a strange flying device, but much smaller than the blimp. I've never seen anything like it.
Yes, it looks very much like the machine which attacked us.
And isn't that an ogre among the wreckage? It seems very unlikely that an ogre would have the intelligence to fly such a complex device.
Well, they didn't really. They destroyed themselves in the attack.
Do you see that strange amulet that he's wearing? And that symbol on its face? I don't recognize it. Do you?
Can't say that I do.
Something isn't quite right about all of this. I don't remember the, scriptures talking about flying ogres and the like. We'd better get to Shrouded Hills and find Elder Joachim as soon as possible. And be careful. These wolves are none too friendly. That's the way to show those bastards, good hit, sir. The altar should clear things up for us a bit. It says, and the spirit of Nasreddin shall be reborn on wings of fire in hills shrouded in fog, and fight the last battle with the evil one.
And the evil one? Who is that?
I'm sorry, but I don't know. I guess we better find out, considering you're supposed to fight him.
Hold there. What are you doing up here?
Who are you to ask, and what exactly are you doing up here?
I mean no disrespect, sir, but I don't trust this bastard one bit. Bloody convenient he just happened to show up here just now, don't you think? Oh, excuse my language, sir.
What do you recommend, Virgil?
I've dealt with buggers, individuals like this before. Perhaps you'll let me talk with him for a few minutes. Thank you, I'll take care of this. You there! What exactly are you doing up here? And what gives you the right to ask so many questions?
I'm just asking a simple question. What are you two doing up here? I'm from Shrouded Hills, a village not far from here, and I witnessed this terrible accident. Is it such a crime to wonder what exactly is going on?
Oh, really? Listen, I came from Shrouded Hills myself. It's at least a day's journey from here. There's no way you could have traveled here that fast. I think you're lying, sir.
I, didn't come from Shrouded Hills just now. I was camping not far from here and saw the blaze. Why are you questioning me? I've done you no harm.
No, I don't think you understand. I'm asking the questions here, and I don't like your answers. I'm going to ask you one more time. Why are you here?
I don't recommend you speak to me that way, friend. I've just asked a question, and I am expecting an answer. We can make this simple or more difficult.
Oh, I think difficult is the best way, sir. I find that there's fewer questions afterwards. I'm ready to begin this discussion whenever you are.
The man seems unsure what to do. You see fear in his eyes.
Perhaps this is a discussion we'll have later, friend. I'm sure that this issue will be resolved in time.
He looks at you, nodding, in his eyes a burning hatred.
Good day to you, sir.
Yes. Good day to you, then.
That was close.
What do you mean, Virgil? He was obviously scared of you.
That man very well could have killed us both. Believe me, I've seen his kind before.
Then why did you provoke him?
It was all bluster. I'm no bloody warrior. But sometimes you have to be able to act the part. You learn such things it's just something I've learned. Fear is a powerful weapon. Something is very wrong here. I think we'd best get out of here as soon as possible. This is Shrouded Hills. There's an old Panarri temple here. The Elder Joachim told me that it was once a very important place to the Panarri. I don't know much else about the place beyond that. I think we should do two things. We should try and find the Elder Joachim, and then find out who the owner of that ring is. Elder Joachim is staying at the inn next to the bank. Joachim's room is at the end of the hall on the left. Good God! What's happened here? These men, I've never seen them before.
The fresh scent of death fills the room. 2 dead bodies lying on the floor wear amulets identical to those worn by the ogres who attacked the Zeppelin. Joachim is nowhere to be found.
I think there's a note on the floor. Perhaps you should pick it up.
Virgil, I assume you are not alone. As you can see, there are people in Shrouded Hills looking for me. Luckily for me, these fellows were easily dispatched. Do not speak with anyone about the Zeppelin crash, or your new companion's involvement with it. When you are able to make your way to Tarant, check the telegram office there. I will leave a message telling you where to contact me. Signed, Joachim.
Sorry to interrupt, but it seems Joachim has discovered something. These individuals seem to be part of some larger plot. A plot against you.
Tell me, Virgil, who exactly is this Joachim?
He is, someone who helped me out when I needed it. I met him in a small village at a Panarri temple. I was, a bit down on my luck. He showed me that you don't always have to take what life gives you. That there's always a better path. And that it's always your choice to travel it.
Down on your luck, you say? What had happened?
I'd rather not talk about it anymore. But Joachim is a great man. Well-versed in the ways of the Panarri, and also in the ways of the world. If he thinks we're in trouble, then we are. Let's get out of here and get to Tarant.
Perhaps we'll talk more of this later.
Virgil is silent, lost in thought.
Greetings, fine sir. I am Ristetse, importer of fine goods and rarities from all over the world. Nowhere will you find a more incredible assortment of fantastical oddities from the 4 corners of Arcanum and beyond. You're looking for something specific, yes?
Can you tell me anything about this ring?
Interesting. A finely made piece of jewelry. What exactly do you want from Ristetse?
Do you know who the initials GB could belong to?
GB? No one that I know. Plus, it's impossible that someone in Shrouded Hills would own such a high-quality piece of jewelry. More likely, they'd melt it down and use it for nails. Oh, God! The thought! How Ristetse has languished here, my friend.
Right. What about this imprint of P. Schuyler and Sons?
P. Schuyler and Sons? A very important piece of this puzzle, right, my friend? Ristetse has been very free with information, no? What have you to offer, Ristetse?
And what does Ristetse want in return?
Well, Ristetse is a collector of strange and wonderful things. Perhaps there are a few objects you could add to Ristetse's collection.
What about this camera I found somewhere?
Wonderful! Ristetse shall tell you what you wish to know then. P. Schuyler and Sons is a well-respected jeweler in Tarant. A strange family, but they always do good business. And here, Ristetse shall mark Tarant on your map as well. Their address in the city is 44 Devonshire Way. Good luck, my friend!
Thanks, Ristetse. Good day to you.
The man before you is a gnome, dressed in a well-made suit.
Excuse me, but I couldn't help but notice that you're new here in town. I've heard about the IFS Zephyr. Were you on the blimp when it crashed?
I would suggest that you mind your own business, gnome.
Please, sir, I must know. Were you on that blimp or not? I have a very good reason for wanting to know.
And I told you I'd rather not speak of it. Good day.
No need to be rude, sir. I suppose you'll be staying here in Shrouded Hills. I'm sure we'll be seeing on another soon. Hello! I thought we might be running into one another out here.
You again? What do you need?
The only place you're going is hell.
The IFS Zephyr has crashed just outside Shrouded Hills. Kill Radcliffe if he's still alive. As we don't know who he's spoken to, kill any other survivors. Signed, GL.
It looks like this is the end for you. No one escapes the Malochian hand. It will have been much better for you had you not survived the Zephyr crash.
Malochian hand? I am afraid, sir, that I do not know what you're talking about.
We of the Hand have sworn there will be no survivors of the blimp crash. For over 500 years, no one has escaped us. You shall not be the first.
Well, perhaps there is some way I can make you forget you found me.
Death to all who are marked by the Hand!
That's the way to show those bastards! That's the way to show those bastards! I mean, good hit, sir! Tarant? I don't know much about the place. I don't much like cities. Always feel so crowded, hedged in. I'd rather not say any more about it, really.
Do you have a telegram for Virgil?
As a matter of fact, we do. That will be 2 coins.
All right.
Telegram from Joachim to Virgil. I have discovered something interesting concerning our friends with the strange amulets. I am off to investigate my theories regarding them. Please accept my humblest apologies on my inability to meet with you in Tarant. I understand all of this must be a bit disconcerting for both of you. If you have questions concerning the Panarri religion, stop by any temple and speak with a priest. I believe there is one in Tarant on the northern end of Lion's Head Circle. When you have the means, travel to the village of Stillwater. I will leave word with the innkeeper at the Bleeding Rose Inn as to where you can find me. Signed, Joachim.
The telegram sent by Elder Joachim. I don't know what to make of it. It seems that he thinks it's very important to find out why these men are trying to kill you. Much more important than being here to protect you.
I don't need protection.
Oh, that's just bloody wonderful. Then maybe I'll just go home and leave you to get your skull smashed by... Listen, I don't understand this any more than you do. Not long ago, I'd have had a good belly laugh over this whole thing. What do you think?
Let's stick to the things we know. Finding the owner of this ring.
Yes, there is a particular wisdom in your words. And crying about this prophecy gibberish isn't going to keep a knife out of your ribs. I'll shut up for a while and we'll concentrate on that ring. If we find the owner, maybe we'll find out why those bloody assassins want it so badly.
That sounds fine, Virgil.
All right. Listen, Tarant is a big city, and a man needs to watch what he does and who he talks to. Believe me, I know a lot about surviving in places like this. This and worse. Just keep one eye always open, and one hand always on your weapon. You can't trust strangers, and sometimes not even your friends. I used to...
Sounds like you know a lot about surviving in the streets.
I used to... Well, that was another time. I know my way around. Just be on your guard and I'll be watching out for you as well.
What is it, Virgil? Where do you come from?
No, I don't want to talk about it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to... There's so much I have to learn. Joachim says the free man is defined by what he does today. I look no more behind me.
Hello.
I don't believe we've met. And your name?
And who might you be to ask a dwarf his name? Bloody ignorant outlander, I'd say. As if a dwarf would give his name.
Forgive me, I wasn't aware it was such a breach in etiquette.
Excuse me. You don't need to take such treatment from this dwarf. Bloody annoying little runt, if you ask me.
Your opinion has been noted, Virgil.
I mean, look at him. Putting on airs like he's some sort of native dwarf. I'd be surprised if he's ever even been out of the city in his entire life. You can always smell a city dwarf a mile away. He's probably got a manicure. His beard looks a bit scraggly, too. Probably out past his bedtime.
Enough, Virgil. What seems to be the problem, sir?
I was saying that it was bloody rude of you to be asking me, a dwarf, for his name. It's not something to be thrown out and away like the day's rubbish.
Pardon me, sir, but even being a dwarf, I don't see the offence.
Well, I suppose there might be different traditions among different clans. Perhaps I've been a bit too quick-tempered. Please, call me Magnus.
A pleasure, sir. Please tell me more about this belief of yours.
Well, dwarves are an ancient race, and our traditions run deep. A dwarf's true name, his family name, is a sacred thing, a thing of mystery and power. Magnus is my common name. If I knew you well, I'd also tell you my family name. But Magnus will do for now.
Why are you so protective of your family name?
Dwarven names are symbolic, a reflection of our history, who we are. A dwarf who gives just anyone his name has no respect for that history.
Thank you for sharing some of your clan's beliefs.
Perhaps I judged you too quickly, brother. Forgive me. Well met. How may I help you? What is it that you need to know?
Do you know what establishment this is?
Yes, I do. And I curse the day I ran across the devils who own it. Ungodly bunch they are. I can only guess what goes on behind those doors. That building is the headquarters for the infamous P. Schuyler and Sons.
What can you divulge about this P. Schuyler and Sons?
What can I divulge, you ask? Where would you like me to begin? P. Schuyler and Sons is the oldest business in Tarant, a trader in jewellery and the occasional rare or sought-after trinket or bauble. Their business reputation is untarnished, second to none.
And yet, there is something strange about them.
Strange? Strange doesn't begin to describe what they are. Do you know that no one has seen the supposed owner, Polonius Schuyler, or his sons in more than 15 years? And even then, the gentleman who saw them, a trader in gems from Ireland, died a week later from what they could only describe as consumption. Have you heard about the Eyeless Five? 8 years ago, there were 5 ruby pendants sold at auction through P. Schuyler and Sons. All the ladies who wore them were murdered, their eyes plucked from their heads.
Why would they plot to kill their customers?
Who knows what atrocities are committed within these walls? People swear they hear strange noises within the building when the sun sets. Clanking of chains, moanings, muffled screams. Do you see the symbol carved above their name? The bird with the snake's head. Do you know what it is? The Darian Ka, the ancient order of the dead.
Why are you waiting outside their store?
I might ask you the same, my friend. You seem awfully curious about P. Schuyler and Sons. What brings you here?
I'm investigating a ring, and it appears they were the sellers.
Interesting. I, too, am investigating one of their products. I saw it for sale in a pawn shop down the merchant's quarter, and it had their imprint. Would you like to see it?
The dwarf shows you a rather plain-looking bronze bracelet with some faded scratchings barely visible along its outer surface. On the inside, you see the imprint P. Schuyler and Sons.
What are these carvings? I can't quite make it out.
Don't you see? There, a cross. And there, a sunburst. All of these are old dwarven characters, symbols in a lost language. These are landmarks in my people's history, milestones for the dwarven age.
What do you think is significant about this bracelet?
Do you see these dwarven gauntlets I wear? They were given to me by my grandfather, who in turn received them from his. Do you see the symbol carved on them? It's the same as the symbol carved on the bracelet. These gauntlets are the only link I possess to my ancestors, my clan, lost to my family since before any of us can remember.
Have you spoken to P. Schuyler and Sons about this?
That, my friend, is the point of this whole story. I've tried on multiple occasions to speak with the Schuylers concerning this bracelet and where they got it, but I've been stonewalled by their employees from the very beginning. They're hiding something. I know it.
What could they possibly be trying to conceal?
The sources behind their inventory, the reasons for their exclusiveness, who knows? But I do know that I'm gonna find out where they got this bracelet, regardless of what is necessary to do so.
Well, perhaps we could work together.
Perhaps. I do see some potential in you, my friend, and you seem trustworthy. Done. Let us proceed and throw some light on this mystery.
Good to have you aboard, Magnus.
Look! It's an ancient dwarven burial ground! I can't believe what's been done here! It's a travesty! Gods! They're using dwarven zombies to do this grisly work! These truly are my lost people, and their resting place has been desecrated!
Magnus, are you sure? These dwarves, they look strange.
Yes, I agree. And I wish you'd stop going on about it, Magnus. I mean, these dwarves, even for the undead, they look a bit odd, misshapen or something. And the stonework in this tomb is atrocious. I'm not one to profane the dead, but I'd never claim these oddities as my lost people.
Easy, Virgil. You aren't helping the situation.
What? Who are you to make judgments about dwarven stonework? You're not even a dwarf, and you're bloody stupid as well. Primitive dwarves. Blech.
Don't worry, Magnus. We'll right this wrong.
Good. Then I can count on you to fight by my side.
What? Who are you to trespass in the halls of our business establishment? Identify yourself immediately.
Business establishment? Sir, this is a house of horrors.
You break into my home and then have the gall to insult me? Do you have any idea the powers I can bring to bear against you, stranger? Dark rivers of twisted image and dream, fragments of night fear, the frayed and tattered screams of the desperate and the damned.
I need only the name of one of your clients.
Impossible. Even if you were here on legitimate business, we at P. Schuyler and Sons would never betray the confidentiality of our clients. To even think such a thing.
I'm not here to make trouble, but I have seen quite a lot.
Yes, you have, haven't you? You've got me in quite the predicament. I suppose there's something to be said for making the best out of a bad situation. And you are persistent, I will give you that.
I'd appreciate any knowledge you have pertaining to a ring.
A ring? Why would you think I would know about such a thing? We've sold thousands of rings. What would distinguish this one from the others?
Please, sir, just take a look.
Yes, a signet ring. And those letters, GB, more than likely they belong to the individual who purchased the ring from us.
I guessed as much. Could you tell me the identity of the owner?
Well, it seems we are at a crossroads, my friend. We have been in business for more than 400 years. Never once in all that time have we betrayed the trust of a customer. And yet here you are, and so much you've seen.
But what exactly have I seen? What the bloody hell is going on down here?
I suppose it does no harm in telling you now. I am Winston Schuyler, and these are my brothers. The Schuyler name is an old name, one of the oldest families in all of Arcanum. We've traced our bloodlines back to the age of legends and further, and always, from the very beginning, we have practiced the darker arts.
What exactly do you mean by the darker arts?
Necromancy, my curious friend. Conjurings of the spirits, phantasmal speaking, the animation of the incurably dead. The Schuylers are a family who spend their time in the Twilight Lands, cowled in death and shadow.
That explains the zombie dwarves. They're your work.
Yes. It's not as cruel as you might think. These bodies are long past usefulness to anyone. They are spiritless and properly good for digging. And with the bounty we've discovered here in this dwarven tomb, they've been extremely useful.
You think profaning the dwarven dead is proper?
This tomb is from a clan long forgotten. The very fact that it lies here in the lowlands and not in the mountains says that they were more than likely considered a lesser dwarven people. In fact, it's a strong possibility they were outcasts. You know, a dwarf's true home is always in the hand-carved caverns of mountain stone.
My friend Magnus here might take offense to your words.
I'm sorry, but look at the evidence. The quality of the stonework here is shoddy. And look, there is no writing on the walls. These dwarves may very well have been illiterate.
Now hold on here. These were Magnus's forefathers.
The proof is irrefutable. Look at these dwarven zombies. All of their foreheads are sloped. Many have physical defects like extra toes, and the eyes are very close together. No dwarf would possibly claim these freaks as his people.
What? Magnus and I shall avenge these dwarves. Attack!
To P. Schuyler and Sons, please accept this telegram as my commitment for payment of the signet ring I had made for my son, Gilbert Bates. Payment has been wired as per your instructions. I will arrive in 2 weeks to pick up the ring. Sincerely, Benjamin Bates.
Thank you, my friend, for fighting by my side. I'd like to share something with you. My family name. The name of my family is Shale Fist, and I, Magnus Shale Fist, am grateful to you. The dwarves of this clan would also be grateful to you, were they not long dead.
But isn't this your clan, Magnus?
No, I don't think so. I so wanted to find a clue as to who or where that I came from. But I don't think these dwarves are my lost clan.
I'm sorry, Magnus. Don't give up hope.
I won't, my friend. I guess I can keep looking, in any case. Would you mind if I continue traveling with you?
Not at all.
That's good. You can always use a dwarf in your party. That's what I always say. They're usually the only level heads in the bunch.
Right, Magnus, right. Let's get out of here.
Yes, let's do so.
We should try and find Gilbert Bates, seeing as how that ring is his. He's fairly famous. They say he invented the steam engine, and I think he lives in Tarant.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gilbert Bates, as I'm sure you have surmised. I'd like to extend my thanks to you, sir, for putting an end to the difficulties at my factory. I've been informed that there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Quite so, sir. I'd like to ask you about this ring.
Great gods! How did you come by that ring?
A strange-looking gnome gave it to me as he lay dying.
Strange? Whatever do you mean, pray tell?
Well, gnomes do have those beady-looking eyes, but his was strong, much like a dwarf.
Are you sure it wasn't a dwarf, then?
He had no beard. We dwarves would sooner cut our throats than our beards.
Yes, I am familiar with the dwarves and their customs. Tell me, was there anything distinctive about this fellow?
He had a scar over his left eye.
By Alberic, I knew it in my heart. That was no gnome. It was Stennar Rockcutter.
Who is this Stennar? A dwarf would never cut his beard.
Stennar was an old friend of mine. But for him to cut off his beard, by the gods, it's unthinkable. But please tell me, did he say anything to you before he died? Did he say anything about me?
He said he escaped to warn us of the evil.
Something horrible must have happened after I... Did he say anything else?
He referred to you as a boy. Why would he do that?
I do not know. Even though dwarves reckon time differently than humans, he must have realized that I am now an old man. Perhaps it is because I was but a boy when I betrayed his trust all those years ago. That is quite the long tale. A tale of my shame, it is. It is ironic that my greatest mistake is that which brought me such wealth. As a youth, I was enamored of all things dwarven. So I sought out the nearest clan and attempted to impress them with my grasp of their technology. They laughed. It was obviously a novelty to them, a ridiculous human who had a natural bent towards technology. I suppose it didn't help that I was a mere 14 years old at the time. I became something they humored to entertain themselves. Stennar was the only one who truly called me friend in all those years, and betrayal is how I repaid his friendship. It was he who first showed me their steam engine, as he knew I could appreciate the beautiful intricacies of its design. They had left it to rust in a corner, as they had very little use for a device that would reduce the need for sheer physical power. Imagine a dwarf relying on a device to do his digging for him. It's preposterous. I asked him if I could tinker with it, perhaps improve on it, as I knew this was the key to becoming truly a part of the dwarven world. I quickly devised a way to use it to power a pump for draining the mines. When I fell all over myself trying to explain it to them, laughter was once again their only response. I knew I had to somehow gain their respect, so I hastily sketched some schematics and set out to prove my theory. The struggling human mining company that I brought the plans to offered me a share in their mines for the steam pump. I was ecstatic. I had not a care for their mines or their money. I desired vindication. When I returned to the dwarves to boast of my accomplishments and be welcomed into their clan, they were gone. The inventions came quickly after that, fueled by my anger and confusion. How could they have denied me my place amongst them after all my labors? Somehow I felt I could still prove myself to them. I continued searching for them in all my spare moments, but to no avail. But then they came, the robed ones. They appeared to me late one night, and they warned me to never speak of, nor try to find the dwarves again. Still being a mere lad, you can imagine the terror that put into me. As my wealth and power grew, I shook off some of my youthful fear, and hired the first in a long chain of investigators to locate Stennar and his clan. None of them ever returned with any worthwhile information, and some never returned at all. The ones that did told of vicious traps and creatures attacking them from the shadows. As word of these failures spread, it became more and more difficult to find souls brave enough to take on the challenge.
But why did he send me here with your ring?
He knew that ring would lend veracity to your tale. I gave Stennar that ring the last time I saw him. Now he is dead. If only we knew what he meant by the evil.
Virgil here thinks it has something to do with the Panarri religion.
I don't put much stock in religious ramblings myself, but if you feel it could help you to get more information on the Panarri, you should go to their temple on the northern end of Lion's Head Circle. I'm more concerned with who killed Stennar and why, and what all this has to do with my relationship with the Black Mountain clan. There must be some clue left in the Black Mountain mines. I am certain of this. You seem to be a resourceful individual. Would you be interested in searching the mines for some clue as to their whereabouts? I would make it worth your while, I can assure you.
I'd like to ask you some further questions before I commit myself.
Of course. What do you wish to ask of me?
So you didn't actually invent the steam engine?
I have never actually claimed that I did. It was just people's assumption. I have invented any number of devices based off its principles, but I did not invent the first one.
Is that not dishonest? Taking credit for something you didn't do?
Yes, it is, and it torments me every day. I was but a child when the robed ones gave me their dire warnings, and I was terrified. They were explicit that I was not to reveal the origins of the steam engine.
What can you tell me of the recent attempt on your life?
There's not much, really, as Chucker is given to overzealousness in his protection of my person. He rendered the interloper lifeless before I could question him. All he had on his person was an amulet bearing the symbol of the Malokian hand, the eye in the hexagram.
What is the Malokian hand?
They were a religious order of assassins some 500 years ago. Rumors of their continued existence surface periodically, but are usually proven to be hoaxes. I figure this for a new group trying to adopt some of the prestige of the name.
They seem to be after me as well.
Let us hope for both our sakes that they are mere pretenders to the name, then. I would be loath to have the authentic Malokians out for my blood.
Let us hope, Mr. Bates. Now, can you tell me more about your business?
Well, as you know, I am the foremost manufacturer of steam engines in Arcanum, virtually without competition. I am working on a prototype for a smaller, more efficient engine right now, as a matter of fact. I also have various interests in other technological endeavors.
But how have you devastated your competition so?
It is not much of an accomplishment when old Cedric Appleby is your chief competitor. Poor Cedric. Always was a bit of a blundering fool. I really wish I could have convinced him to come work for me. Cedric and I were close friends when we were children. He was furious that I wouldn't introduce him to the dwarves. Can you imagine? I had a difficult enough time gaining their respect without his simple-mindedness. After I invented the steam engine, he began to despise me. Strangely enough, I wish he was still my friend some days.
Have you any labor difficulties in your factories?
Why do you ask? You're not a labor sympathizer, are you? A unionizer, perhaps? I can assure you, my workers are happy to have the jobs I give them. I treat all orcs, true blood, and half-breed alike better than any other factory owner. Of that I can assure you.
I've decided to explore the Black Mountain mines for you, Mr. Bates.
Splendid! Here, let me mark your map with the location of the Black Mountain mines. I am certain there must be some clues to be found there. Please, return as soon as you have found anything.
Looks like we need to travel to the Black Mountain clan and try to find out what's going on here. Maybe we can find out where Stenner Rock Cutter escaped from and find out why everyone seems to want us dead.
The Black Mountain clan? Oh, they're quite a famous clan. I'd tell you more, but dwarves don't talk about other clans when they're not around. You know, dwarven tradition. Sorry, I can't say more.
Roan's Almanac of all things dwarven. Though it is true that I, Gideon Percival Roan, have never set foot within those halls, I have spent my life in the dwarven studies, and have even shared words with a dwarf or two in my day.
Hey, get that over. I didn't say you could go and take my personal property. That's a special book to me.
Magnus, what is this? Roan's Almanac of all things dwarven?
Ah, yes, that was a gift from an old friend. Bloody useless thing. Carry it more to get a laugh than anything else. As if a dwarf would need such a foolish book.
Would you mind if I held on to it then?
Yes, of course. You keep it for a while. As I said, good for a laugh or two. But, could you just make sure and return it? I mean, when you're quite through, it was a gift after all, you know, lots of memories. And, well, just make sure it stays in one piece.
Seriously hurt, sir. Please help me.
I will not go. I spit on the judgment of the Wheel Clan. Elven pawns. It comes to this. It does. I am ashamed for myself and my kind, I say.
I don't understand, sir. I'm here to find the Black Mountain clan.
Betrayal it was. Myself, the clan of the Wheel, betray us all, sent to despair without hope for return. It was Stenar and the boy, Stenar and Bates. We all paid the burden of shame.
Where is your clan?
Gone. Gone to their despair. An island of death and hate. The unholy place of judgment.
I don't understand what you're trying to tell me.
Gaze upon the pillar of truth for your answers. Too long has my mind been consumed with my traps, and those waiting for me to slip and show weakness. They are here, you know. Waiting, hiding in the shadows.
Who are you?
Gudmund or Bender of the Mountains Black. I am shamed, betrayer. But not. I did what must be done. I alone stood for the right. Yours is not to judge. Mine is the harshest judgment of all.
This pillar is of obvious dwarven origin. Its front is covered with roughly hewn writing that does not appear to be part of the pillar's original design. I am not proud as I set this down, but it must be known I, Gudmund or Bender, have rejected the judgment of the Wheel Clan. The banishment of the Black Mountain Clan to the Isle of Despair for crimes against the dwarven world, namely the sharing of technology with the humans, is a more graven offense than that which it purports to avenge. I commit to stone my judgment on Loghaire and his clan, blinded in their madness to the extent they would allow the elves to force their hand. The day the elves came, led by the warrior betrayers of the Wheel, was the day my destiny was writ upon the stone. Gudmund or Bender would never be banished by the hand of an elf, no matter what untrue judgment of guilt were handed down. The voice of reason, usually so clearly heard by the dwarven kind, was shunned when it cried out to drive the human from our ancestral home. The Bates child sold the dwarven birthright to the world. As was he the charge of Stenar, so must be the guilt. This day shall be remembered for all the days of the Orebender, when the proudest of clans may be forced as sheep into a circle of banishment created by lowly elves, while warriors stand and do naught. The Orebender must reject all that his dwarven bones will him to do, as there must be one to stay and make record of this, the most evil of days. I scream for my brothers to fight the unfair judgment of the clan of all clans. I scream at them still.
All answers are carved upon the pillar of truth. What is done is recalled for the eyes of eternity.
Who is Loghaire?
Loghaire, leader of the Wheel Clan, cast the clan of the Black Mountains out. The elves must have bedeviled him with their magics. They attempt to control my mind even now. I can feel them in there.
But it makes no sense that our people would let elves interfere.
Elves cowered in fear at the might of dwarven machines for eons past, waiting for their chance to set the dwarves upon themselves with the threat of war.
But which elves are you speaking of?
Elves are elves are elves. All elves are the same to my eyes.
Your ramblings are confusing at best. What are you trying to say?
I am trying to say what I am saying. I can waste no more energy on these things. My traps need all of my attention. Please leave.
You have returned. Tell me, what news?
The Black Mountain clan were banished to the Isle of Despair because...
For the sake of the gods, out with it, man!
They irresponsibly allowed their technology to spread to humans.
He seems taken aback for a moment as he considers what you have told him.
By the gods, it is as I always feared. I doomed them all.
He begins to sob openly.
What have I done? My youthful impertinence. Here's some gold for your trouble. Could you do something further for me?
You want me to go to the Isle of Despair?
If you would. I know I've already asked much of you, but an old man needs to put his mind at ease.
What exactly is the Isle of Despair?
The Isle of Despair is a penal colony, extremely dangerous. The criminals are unceremoniously left on her shores to fend for themselves against the elements and the other inmates. I would be indebted to you, of course. Go to the docks at Ashbury. You can find it on your map. Ask around for Edward Teach, a crusty old salt. He is in command of one of the boats that I use for special jobs.
Well, obviously we need to find someone insane enough to take us to the Isle of Despair. Huh, Ashbury. I hate towns like this. Boring, backwards people. Not much in the way of excitement either.
Ahoy there, matey. What can old Teach do you for?
Are you Captain Edward Teach?
Aye, it's true. I am Captain Edward Teach, salty sea dog and captain of the Gypsy Shadow, the crustiest and most seaworthy vessel this side of Razor's Cape.
I seek passage to the Isle of Despair.
I just received word from Mr. Bates to be expecting you. Said you'd be looking for passage to that hellish place and that I should be taking you. I don't much like the waters, nor the people there, but for Bates, I'll do it.
Thank you, Captain. Shall we leave at once?
What do you need me for?
I'm looking for Torvald.
You're speaking to him.
Are you the only dwarf on this island?
I've been the only dwarf here for the past 100 years. Sent here unjustly, I might add.
Unjustly? Is that not what everyone here says?
I was justly in the eyes of Alberic. That is all that matters to me.
What happened?
I was defending the honor of my clan. The bloated and thick-headed gnomes and their laws had me shipped off to this rock.
But weren't you and your clan banished for sharing your technology with humans?
What are you going on about? I'm the only one of my clan here.
But where is the rest of the Black Mountain clan?
Black Mountain clan? There's no Black Mountaineers here. I am the only dwarf that has ever lived on this rock.
You're not of the Black Mountain clan?
I am Torvald Two Stones of the Wheel clan. And you're a bit off in your direction, sir. The Black Mountain clan is in the northernmost region of the Stonewall Mountains.
But I've been there. The mines are deserted.
That is strange. But why is it you believe they are here?
They were to be banished here, by order of the Wheel clan.
Who told you this?
A feeble-minded dwarf hidden deep in their minds.
And what was his name?
Gudmund Orbender.
Gudmund Orbender and I were friends, but in no way was he feeble-minded. He was one of the bravest warriors I knew. I find it quite hard to imagine he could have become feeble-minded in such a short time.
The story he told was very disturbing.
The exiled dwarf listens attentively as you recount Gudmund's story of the Black Mountain clan's supposed banishment to the Isle of Despair.
By the gods, the whole clan gone. My clan involving themselves with the magics. None of this makes sense. Have you spoken to the Wheel clan about this?
I don't even know where the Wheel clan is, do you?
Of course I do. Here, I'll mark your map. But knowing the location will not be enough.
What do you mean?
To keep out outworlders, our clan created an optical illusion of the grandest scale, using glass and mirrors which makes the entrance of our mine look as if it never existed.
Then how do you get in?
A pair of specially made spectacles which use thin slices of Cathorn crystal as lenses. Every member of the Wheel clan has a pair. I still have mine.
I swear I will get you off this island if you help me get into the Wheel clan.
Sounds tempting, but it is far too risky. I'm in a good position here and don't want to jeopardize it. If the men discovered I had joined up with you and was planning on leaving them here to rot, it would mean both our heads.
Are you a dwarf or a gnome? Do you want off this blasted rock or not?
Okay. Let's go. I've been here far too long already.
Ahoy, laddie! What have we found out about the Black Mountain clan?
Plenty. But what's happened here, Captain? Who are these men?
Bloody inmates thought they'd come out here and play at being swashbucklers, I tell you. As if old Teach is going to let a bunch of scurvy landlubbers board the gypsy shadow. I just gave them what was coming to them, laddie.
Nicely done, Captain. Let's get out of here.
Talking to the leader of the Wheel Clan looks to be our next step. Well, this ought to be interesting at least. They're the head clan of all the dwarves, but they've been extremely reclusive ever since us humans got the steam engine.
You have returned! Tell me, what news?
The Black Mountain clan isn't on the Isle of Despair. They never were.
What manner of fiendish plot is afoot here? Are you certain of this?
I spoke with a dwarf who'd been there for more than 100 years.
Gods, this is disastrous! What are we to do now?
I am on my way to speak with Loghaire, the leader of the Wheel Clan.
Yes. That is our logical next step. Tell me, is there anything I can do to help you?
Well, you forgot to pay me for going to the Isle of Despair, Mr. Bates.
Ah, the vagaries of the elderly mind. Pardon my forgetfulness. Here is your gold.
I shall return after I've gained an audience with Loghaire.
Greetings, traveler. It seems to me that you're looking for answers. Perhaps it is time that I answered them for you.
What? Who are you?
Don't you know? Are you not the reincarnation of Nasruddin? Has it been so long that you don't recognize your old nemesis? Or perhaps you're not the living one after all, merely a puppet playing his role.
I don't know what the bloody hell you're talking about.
I see. Perhaps you are not the living one. Perhaps Nasruddin, the coward that he is, will not heed fate's call and face me in the final battle. It would be so like him to do so.
Who are you?
I am he of the dark, the rightful ruler of this land, the vengeful god of Arcanum and its races. I am Arronax, and I have come to give you a message.
And that message is?
The message is this. Whether you are the living one or not, whether or not the coward Nasruddin hides in your bones or still rots in his grave, the inevitable will still come to pass. I am returning. It has already been set in motion, and there's nothing you can do about it. I am returning, and all will fall before me. Everyone you know, everyone you love.
You bastard! Face me as a warrior.
You see my power? Do you yet understand? Perhaps I need to be more clear. No one is safe, traveler. No one. Not even you. Remember what I have shown you here. Remember and tell the world. Arronax is returning to Arcanum, and nothing will ever be the same. Farewell.
Yes, this is the Wheel Clan, home of King Loghaire Thunderstone. Watch your bloody step around here, and try not to embarrass me. More than likely I'll run into someone I know here, and probably have a few relatives here as well.
Well, my friend, I thank you for saving me. I am off to catch up with some old friends of mine.
The pleasure was all mine, Torvald.
What? Who dares disturb the exile of Thunderstone?
Forgive me, Your Highness. I had no choice but to.
Quiet. This insolence is unforgivable. The violation of my ancient right for solitude in exile is not broken so easily. Your life hangs in the balance, stranger. Speak quickly, lest you taste of the fury of Harrow.
He hefts a double-edged axe from his belt.
Wait a moment. I come here with the blessing of your son.
My son? Randver? He would dare permit such an affront? I've come here to writhe upon the blade of my sorrow, to live the 1,000 deaths by the ancient right of kings. These laws are passed down through the mountain from the beginning of remembered time. Your life is forfeit to them, as is my own. Do you understand?
You would raise your axe against another dwarf?
I care not of your race, dwarf. Do you have any idea the number of dwarves who have fallen under the blade of Harrow? What do I care of another?
Stop! I come to you with news of the Black Mountain clan.
What? How do you know? Speak quickly. Your life still hangs in the balance.
The cantankerous king listens closely as you recount the series of events leading you here.
Forgive my harsh words before, dwarf brother. I mean you no harm. My crimes are heinous enough without adding to them more dwarfen blood.
I understand, my king. I need to know exactly what happened to the Black Mountain clan.
In all the time since the judgment was passed, I have never spoken of it. My shame has held my tongue. It seems that very shame shall now, finally, bring the betrayal to light.
These elves that approached you, who were they?
A delegation of elves sent from the Silver Lady herself. They came not long after Bates had built his first steam engine. Technology in the hands of the human had spread and advanced at an alarming rate, and the elves were hit first and hardest.
Why did the technology spread so fast among the humans?
There are many reasons. Humans, in comparison with the other races, live such short lives. Because of this, I believe that every human action is motivated through fear. The fear of death. You would think that this was a relative issue, that humans would learn to live with this limitation and accept it. This is not true. And therefore, humans, when confronted with any situation, see it through the veil of their own mortality. Achieve, advance, perform. Humans are constantly driven by the shadow of their own death. This fear, unfortunately, clouds their judgment, deadens their sense of right and wrong. Humans act first, think later, and feel last of all.
And in terms of technology?
When Bates was given a look at our technology, he was overcome. As a human, his first thought was, what can I use this for? When it should have been, what is the cost of its use? Technology exploded in their hands because they are not burdened with our longevity. Humans rarely live long enough to see the consequences of their mistakes.
What had the spread of technology done to the elves?
Their forests were being cleared with the help of technology. Massive steam-powered clear-cutters. The oldest groves, towering and untouched for thousands of years, were being destroyed without prejudice. I saw much of this with my own eyes. The ancient forest of Morbihan is little more than a graveyard now.
But were there even elves living in the forests of Morbihan?
I'm unsure, but I don't believe so. But the delegation said that the crimes were against all elves. You see, elves feel a very strong connection to the world, to nature, and especially to forests. It's said that elven souls reside in the oldest trees. I don't know if this is true, but I do know there to be a strong connection between living things and magic.
You mentioned the Silver Lady. Who is she?
The Silver Lady is Mother Queen to the Elves. She is very old, much older than I, and very powerful in the ways of magic.
And she was angered by what had happened to the forests.
The delegation told me that she was extremely hurt and angry about the damage that had been done. According to them, because of her age and power, she was hurt the most by the clearing. Her connection to the forests was strongest of all.
Have you ever spoken to her directly?
No. I'm not sure if any but elven eyes have ever been laid upon her. Over the years, we have corresponded through messengers. Elves and dwarves are very different, and we tend to stay away from one another. But our relationship, as culturally strained as it may be, has always been civil. We don't necessarily understand one another, but we've always respected the differences.
And where does she live?
In Qintarra, the oldest city of the Elves, somewhere within the glimmering forest.
How do elves differ from us dwarves?
I've said before that there is a strong connection between living things and magic, and the magic flows the most strongly in the veins of elves. Dwarves are very different. We feel a strong connection to the earth, but in another way. We love those things which are eternal, unchangeable. Earth, stone, metal. In those things are strength, but not life as you know it.
Back to the elven delegation. What did they demand of you?
They said that if the Black Mountain clan was not punished, there would be war. War! I told them that a punishment was already being decided upon, and that we, as dwarves, would deal with them. They refused. They claimed rights as the afflicted, and therefore as the judges. They agreed that exile was a suitable punishment, but they wanted to be the vessel of that retribution.
Are the elves a warlike people? Is it in their nature?
No. I know that there was a time of violence many years ago among the elves. But from what I know of them, they are a very rational, peace-loving people. They know that ultimately war benefits no one. I was very surprised when they came and threatened it.
There seems to be some inconsistencies here.
Yes. The more we talk about it, I begin to get the same feeling. Yes, the elves would have been angry, but would they really have threatened war? Morbahan was a tragedy, but directly affected none of the elven communities. Perhaps my fear blinded me to such things before. And now this mystery. Where are the dwarves of the Black Mountain clan?
What was it you feared, Loghaire? Why agree to the terms?
I am very old, stranger. You may know nothing of me, but believe me when I tell you that I've seen enough dwarven blood spilled to fill 1,000 lifetimes. Have you any idea what it would mean for there to be a war between the elves and the dwarves? Arcanum itself would not survive the conflict. And I was so very tired of filling tombs with the bodies of my people.
But
But nothing. I chose to spare the dwarves, the world, the price of such a war. What was one clan's honor in comparison with the sheer cataclysm that would result otherwise? You ask what right they had? None. They merely forced a choice, and I chose the path of least resistance, the least pain. That was my betrayal, stranger.
Well, I suppose you were merely acting out of concern.
But that is the point. I am king of the dwarves. It is my responsibility to lead them, to protect them. But most importantly, it is my responsibility to defend their honor, their dwarven honor. By allowing my own fear or concern, regardless of how justified that fear might be, to overshadow their honor, was an unforgivable transgression.
Being a king isn't always easy.
Even as king, the choice is never mine as to whether even one dwarf is stripped of his honor. I should have brought this to the people, or just flatly refused from the beginning. I was a coward, a failure, and this exile is my punishment. Given the choice now, I would have waged war against all of Arcanum to uphold the honor of that foolish little clan.
As a dwarf, I know. That's because your stone is still true.
What? What do you know of the nature of dwarven stone? You, an outsider. How could you possibly know of such things?
Your son put his faith in me by allowing me to find you. Perhaps you could as well.
Perhaps. You are a dwarf. Nonetheless, these are beliefs and concepts it takes a lifetime to reconcile. How could you possibly begin to understand how I feel?
I know that it is difficult to live life true to both stone and shape.
Yes, your words sound true, stranger. I know that no man is flawless. But I also know that each man's load to bear is different. A larger load carries more responsibility. Mine is heaviest of all. Therefore, the price for my betrayal must be the most costly.
But what is the nature of that betrayal?
The nature of the betrayal? I failed my people. Isn't that what is most important here? The betrayal was against their stone. It seems, sadly, that my own stone is flawed.
The failure is not one of stone, but of shape. Can't you see?
You shame me, stranger. Your words are harsh, but undeniably true. Perhaps you are correct, but it doesn't change what I've done, nor the price I need to pay. It is best if you just leave an old dwarf here to rot. It is your place to right this wrong.
No, Loghaire. You must pay this price. I cannot do it for you.
How then? How can I do so?
You must return to your people. Be true to both stone and shape.
By Alberic, you are right. I've been blinded by my own shame and not seen the true betrayal. I've betrayed myself and my people along with me. I shall return, stranger. I shall be king. By the name of Thunderstone, I swear it.
I am so very glad, Loghaire, but I still need some information.
Of course. I'll do anything within my power to help you.
These elves who came to you, how can I find them?
As I said, they were supposedly sent from the Silver Lady. I know very little of them. But I do have a name. Perhaps that will be enough for you to uncover this mystery. The delegation was sent by someone named Mingorad, and I had many correspondences with this elf. Here is a letter that was sent to me by him.
Where can I find this Mingorad?
I'm unsure. The entire situation reeks of deception. I would tell you to seek him in Qintarra, but I don't even know if the delegation was sent from there or not. Regardless, you may want to begin your search there. The Silver Lady might know of this Mingorad.
And Qintarra, where is it?
I don't know, unfortunately. The location of Qintarra is a well-guarded secret, but I do know it lies within the Glimmering Forest. The small town of Stillwater lies near the edge of that forest. Perhaps there you might find someone who knows where it is. Here, I'll mark your map with Stillwater's location.
Thank you, Loghaire. I will do my best to find out the truth.
Wait. I'm much to blame for this situation. My fear and cowardice have helped in bringing about this tragedy. I feel I must do something to help you. Please, take Harrow, the first axe of my family. Its blade strikes true and deep in the hands of the righteous, especially if those hands are dwarven. Within it is the strength of the Thunderstones. I give it to you.
I prefer a pistol myself, but our party will put it to good use.
I'm sure you will. Godspeed on your quest, my friend. And if you do find out what happened to the Black Mountain clan, return to me. I would be very interested in finding out what really happened to them. Very interested.
I shall do that. Goodbye for now, Loghaire.
First dwarves and now the elves. This insanity is going to drag us all over this continent. Qintarra is located somewhere in the Glimmering Forest, I believe. We'll need to go to Stillwater to find someone who can give us directions to it.
Letter from Mingorad to Loghaire Thunderstone. The judgment of the Black Mountain clan has been passed. Make certain they are at the appointed meeting place at the agreed upon time. I speak with the authority of the Silver Lady, Queen of the Elves. If all conditions are not met, we will next meet upon the field of battle. Signed, Mingorad.
This is the town of Stillwater. I know they make fine weapons here, if you're interested in that sort of thing. More than one master sword maker has come out of this small town.
Fantastic! This is Stillwater. They have that cult here, Gushana or something. They have an orgy every year and call it a religious festival. We should go speak with some of the locals, eh?
You're that fellow that survived the blimp crash. I read about you in the Tarantian.
Yes, that was me.
You can't hide from us, fool. We are the Malokian Hand.
I believe that Joachim has left something for me.
Yes, he left something for you. Now, where did I put it? Oh, I recall now. Here you are.
Virgil, the men trying to kill you seem to be the remnants of the Malokian Hand, who, long ago, were assassins for the Order of the Dead, also known as the Torian Kel. I found this ancient but incomplete text concerning their history. They don't seem to be bad fellows, perhaps just a bit misdirected. Things are too dangerous right now. I shouldn't have even had you come here. I'll find you. Signed, Joachim. The excerpt from the book reads, "Their separation from the Order of the Dead was always a mystery, but translations of the Scrolls of Trellian, first assassin of the Hand, have brought to light their enigmatic reasons for leaving." A half-torn excerpt from the fourth scroll reads, "And the writings of the great necromancer were found by me, and his madness and abominations were made clear, and I threw myself to the ground with great sorrow and gnashing of teeth. How evil were the men to whom we had pledged our hearts and our swords. I vowed to make war, and we set ourselves upon them and the grey legions on the plains of Vuradan, and we broke them, but were also broken upon them. My heart burns." Obviously, there were doctrinal differences between the Torian Kel and their order of assassins. The great necromancer referred to is obviously Kurgan the Terrible, after whose death was formed the Order of the Dead. The writings that Trellian refers to are unknown, but it's been surmised that they were some sort of personal journal or logbook. One of the scrolls of Trellian also refers to the Master's Place of Dark Secrets, set among the stones, which may or may not have referred to Kurgan's lost laboratory.
Excuse me, that book is interesting, don't you think? It seems that these Malokian Hand assassins were part of some larger group called the Torian Kel. What did he call them? The Order of the Dead. Obviously, these fellows all had some sort of a disagreement.
It seems that Joachim thinks they are not all that evil.
Not all that bad? Ha! Obviously, Joachim hasn't run into them lately. That fellow Trellian did sound like an agreeable sort, though, didn't he? Anyone who chooses to side against something called the Order of the Dead is all right in my book.
You mean first assassin Trellian?
Yes, you've got a point there. I'm sure the man was no saint. Then again, who really is? We've all got, well, blood on our hands. In the end, we all just play the roles given us. Sometimes they don't fit so well, but I guess we make do.
You and I know a lot about that, it seems.
Yes. I'd never have thought myself worthy of this affair, and I shouldn't be making judgments about anyone's character. I think I'd best just keep my bloody mouth shut. Listen, there's something that happened to me. Well, because of me, because I was foolish, because I was a coward. Burdens like mine, they don't go away. They always come back to collect what is due them. Someday the balance will have to be paid. No, I shouldn't have said anything about it. As I've said, the past is in the past.
Well, what do you think we should do now?
I don't know. I was hoping that Joachim would be here to give us a little guidance. It seems we've been running blind without the reins, doesn't it? I guess we should just stick to the task at hand. The day's not getting any younger.
Excuse me there, sir. What exactly do you think you're doing in my house?
I was told you may know the location of Qintarra.
You seek Qintarra?
Yes, that's what I just said. Do you know where it's located?
It's in the forest. Even a fool knows that.
Yes, but where? Where in the forest?
In the trees.
The nettlesome elf cracks a smile. He's toying with you.
Please, it is urgent that I find Qintarra.
Why is it so urgent that you find Qintarra? If you don't mind me asking.
No, I don't mind at all that you ask.
So, why is it so important? Well, are you going to tell me or not?
I said I didn't mind you asking, not that I would tell you.
Ah, very good, a man after my own heart. Qintarra, yes, I know where it is.
Shall we try this again? Can you tell me where it's located?
Elves just don't go around revealing that information at the drop of a hat. But I can sympathize with your plight. I'll show you where Qintarra lies, but you first must prove your worth.
And how would I go about doing that?
I'm not quite sure you'd be up to the task. This is a rite of passage for young elves, a cultural tradition, very old and very difficult. You must bring me the pelt of the mystical Stillwater giant. Only then will I entrust you with the location of the mother city.
What can you tell me of this Stillwater giant?
It is an ancient mystical creature from a time before the Age of Legends, a fearsome beast reputed to have magical powers.
You have returned. Tell me, what news?
I've talked with Loghaire, the leader of the Wheel Clan.
What did he tell you?
He said the Elves did the actual banishing of the Black Mountain Dwarves.
They allowed elves to banish dwarves? What in the name of all that is holy is happening to this world? Well, what do the elves have to say about all of this?
I am on my way to talk to them, as soon as I can find Qintarra.
Excellent. It is some more gold to help you on your way.
H.T. Parnell's Museum of Curiosities. Inside this case is a clumsily stitched assemblage of moth-eaten bear pelts. The plaque identifies this obvious fake as the Stillwater Giant. This strange-looking fellow puffs out his chest and stretches out his arms as if he's addressing a large crowd.
Welcome, fine sir. You are in the presence of H.T. Parnell, world-famous showman and collector of all that is strange and fabulous.
What is this place?
This is my Emporium of Wonders, home to several of the world's most intriguing exhibits.
Right. What can you tell me about this Stillwater Giant pelt?
That is one of my most famous exhibits. It creates a sense of awe just to behold a ferocious creature of that magnitude, a holdout from Arcanum's distant past. What must it have been like to see herds of those creatures hunting their prey?
It looks fake to me.
Are you saying it is a fake? I do not appreciate the insinuation, sir.
You can't still be trying to act like it's real, can you?
Fake? How dare you accuse me of such trickery?
My apologies, sir. I did not mean to accuse you of dishonesty. I would like to purchase the pelt.
Now hold on a minute there, my good man. The Stillwater Giant is the first big exhibit I ever displayed. It is still one of my most cherished possessions. I couldn't possibly part with it for less than 2,000 coins.
All right, I suppose. I agree to your terms.
This plaque reads, "The Amazing Gar, the world's most intelligent orc."
Ugh! I Gar, world's smartest orc. You have got question?
What is your area of expertise?
I know much things. Gar tell all. Politics, mathematics, tea.
What can you tell me of the politics of Tarant?
Tarant, foremost representative democracy in Arcanum. Chairman Willowsby try align Tarant with Caladon, cause him much trouble. Councilman Braith call for him to step down. Us invade Caladon. He no like Caladon because it monarchy. Main question be, can democracy join with monarchy and not destabilize?
Mathematics, you say? Tell me, what is 4,573,000 divided by 6,543?
Gar not genius. Gar smarter than other orcs. Not smarter than Professor of Mathematics.
I know 25 times 40 equals 1,000. No other orc tell you that.
That may very well be, but orcs are idiots.
Ha ha! You smart. Now you understand. Gar world's smartest orc.
What do you know of tea?
Yes, Gar like tea. Gar civilized. Gar say Earl Grey best. Made from blend of black teas and oil from the bergamot plant. Excellent, Gar say.
Surely you jest, sir. Everyone knows green teas are superior to black.
Oh, come now, that is rubbish. Green tea is for the foreign constitution, not for consumption by those with discerning... Gar no like green tea.
What? Why are you acting the idiot? Clearly you're meant to be smart.
Gar not idiot. Gar smart. Listen here, sir. Have you ever conversed with a purebred orc? You'll not be in for a scintillating conversation. Of that I can assure you.
But isn't the point of this whole charade that you're supposed to be smarter than other orcs?
Of course. But people will not accept a cultured orc. The very idea is preposterous. They would begin saying I was an half-orc, or even deduce my true... what I meant to say was... It is more effective showmanship for me to appear every bit the orc and to say brilliant things.
Deduce your true what? Are you saying you're not a purebred orc?
Garfield Thelonious Remington III, of pure human stock at your service. I am not orc at all. Well, one can assume that somewhere in my lineage there exists orc blood simply from looking at me. But my direct antecedents, my parents and grandparents, were fully human. Imagine their shock when I was born.
So why do you do all this? It seems rather demeaning.
You must have seen how orcs are treated in this world. It is not pretty. Though my circumstances may seem demeaning, it is better than being spit on in the streets, or being no more than a slave in a factory.
Are you owned by this museum, or are you free to leave?
I am a bit of an indentured servant of Mr. Parnell's. He paid my parents a good sum of coin to have me come work for him.
That was a bit cruel of your parents to sell you off.
Nonsense. I sold myself to Mr. Parnell over their objections. They were treated with scorn and derision because of me. My father lost his employment, his reputation, and his social standing. But even then, they would do nothing but love me as their son. The coin I received from Mr. Parnell has given them a comfortable life and rescued them from the poverty I caused.
And how long are you meant to be on display here?
I will most likely stay here for the remainder of my existence. I have nothing else to do with my life. It's not so bad, actually. The only dreadful aspect of this existence is the sheer boredom. You cannot imagine the idiocy of the common folk I must contend with on a daily basis.
Why don't you join with me? I can promise you, it will not be boring.
While that sounds intriguing, I am indentured to Mr. Parnell for years to come, as I have said. It would cost quite a bit of coin to free me from my obligations.
If I were to secure your freedom, would you come with me?
Of course. I would find it invigorating to travel Arcanum, I believe.
Well met, sir. I would like to speak with you regarding Gar, the human.
His jaw drops and works furiously for a moment or two before he begins to speak.
What are you saying, sir?
I am saying that Tarantian law takes a dim view of human slavery.
Listen, sir. Gar may be human, but he is not a slave. I have a legally binding contract. I have treated him well in all the years he has been in my employ.
Well, the truth has never gotten in the way of a good newspaper story.
You wouldn't dare!
Of course not, sir, but you must see how easily one could ruin your stellar reputation.
So you're not blackmailing me then, but what can be done to protect myself from such a slanderous attack? Could you take him with you? He's far too much of a liability for me.
I would be glad to help you out.
Thank you, sir. Thank you!
Greetings, sir.
I have managed to procure your freedom.
I'm ready to follow you, sir. What can I answer for you?
What can you tell me of Tarant?
Tarant? Not as much as I would like, as I didn't get out much, understandably. Some days Mr. Parnell would take me out for strolls to drum up business, though. I thoroughly enjoyed myself on those outings, as I am now. Have I mentioned how grateful I am to you for allowing me to travel with you?
That's, great, Gar. But what can you tell me of Tarant?
Oh, yes, of course. Please excuse my ramblings. Well, on the southwest side of town is the Boil. Disgusting place, filled with orcs and other refuse. And then, of course, up in the northeast we have the upper classes.
I would think you'd be sympathetic to the orcs.
Why? Because I suffer the same indignities at the hands of civilized people? I think not. Those barely sentient monstrosities that I happen to resemble deserve their lot in life. I cannot feel remorse for them now that they're being put to work for the common good, instead of being allowed to skulk around some dungeon or to waylay passers-by. Stillwater is home to the cult of Qintarra. Bunch of sexual deviants, if you ask me. Rutting around like farm animals, copulating with strangers. Disgusting.
Hold on there a minute. What's this about sex with strangers?
The whole festival celebrating their goddess is simply an excuse for a giant drunken orgy, if you ask me.
And when exactly is this festival?
I'm sure I don't know. Why are you so interested in it, pray tell?
How do you do?
I have brought you the pelt of the mythical Stillwater giant.
A truly shocked expression flashes upon his face.
What?
The pelt you asked for. I have returned with it.
Really? And just where did you get it?
Actually, I acquired it from H.T. Parnell's Emporium in Tarant.
Ha 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 ha! Very good. You're a tricky one, and a good sport as well. You've earned the location of Qintarra. Here's the mountain pass you will need to take to get there.
Didn't you want this pelt?
Of course not. I never wanted it in the first place.
This devastatingly beautiful woman seems to swallow you with her eyes.
Oh, how delightful. A traveler. Welcome to Stillwater. It is a wondrous day, is it not?
Well met. What can you tell me of Stillwater?
Stillwater is love and harmony. Everyone is welcome here.
I see. You seem to be in a rather good mood.
It is so kind of you to say so, but I know I am not being as loving as our goddess wishes. Someone has stolen the idol of our beloved goddess, Qintarra, the Lady of the Vine. And with the festival so close, the festival is the most important time of the year for us, and we simply could not have it without her idol. Her absence would cast a pall over the whole proceeding.
What does this festival celebrate?
It is a celebration of everything worthwhile in life. Joy, fertility, and loving your neighbor.
I could try and find this idol for you.
Traveler, if you were to return our idol, the goddess would bestow her blessing upon you. Her blessing would fill your heart with so much joy that you would appear more beautiful to those around you. I have been amply blessed by the goddess, as I'm sure you can see. Our goddess is a powerful one. Simply possessing the idol will make one more appealing to others.
I shall return once I've found the idol.
Bless you, brother.
She gently caresses your face for the briefest of moments. There seems to be something not quite right with this fellow. He is extremely beautiful in a strange sort of way, but it doesn't seem right.
Good day to you, sir.
It is quite obvious to any who look at you that you have the stolen idol.
What could you possibly mean?
I know it was you that stole the idol, and I'm here to return it.
I won't let you have it. You mustn't take it. I will kill you for it.
Then I suppose I'll need the names of your next of kin to report your death.
Do not mock me. I am serious. I will kill to keep that statue.
But the idol doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the town.
But they don't deserve it. Stupid, beautiful people. What do they know of pain? I'll make the whole world know my pain.
Must cease our attack upon such a good soul.
You're not acting like the person I thought you were. If you continue on this evil path, you'll be without me.
She looks at you with lust in her eyes.
Oh, traveler, it is you. You look different somehow. Perhaps you would spare me a moment to instruct you in the ways of our goddess? The lessons of the goddess are quite invigorating, don't you think?
Quite so, my dear. I have brought the idol back to you.
Thank you, traveler. I have blessed you in the name of Justiana. Please join our festival celebration. Have some spiced wine to celebrate.
Don't mind if I do.
Now that we know the location of Qintarra, we should go there as soon as possible. This could prove to be interesting. I've always wanted to see the ancestral home of the Elves. It is said to be breathtakingly beautiful. That's the way to show those bastards, good hit, sir.
Greetings, Outlander. Welcome to the elven city of Qintarra.
The elven god thinly disguises his disgust.
Listen, Dwarf. All are welcome here in this place, even you. But if you upset even one leaf in the sacred tree city, I will throw you from her walls myself. Are we clear? Good. You may pass.
Qintarra, home of the Elves. I don't know anything. Nor do I care to, thank you very much. I'd rather not speak of it anymore.
Are you serious? This is where the Elves live? You know what that means, eh? Elven women. Oh, I've heard tales, I tell you.
Qintarra, city of the air in the old elven tongue. Oldest elven city in all of Arcanum.
You're bothering me. What do you want?
Madam, we've only just met.
I'm sorry, but I can't look past your obvious flaws. Please, just leave me alone.
Please forgive me. Perhaps you will make an exception for me.
Yes, I suppose I can overlook your faults for now. What is it that you want of me?
Might I ask your name, madam?
My name is very old and very long. Perhaps it would be best if you simply called me Raven.
Well met, Raven. I have come here to speak with the one they call the Silver Lady.
The Silver Lady? Oh, you mean my mother. That's quite a request, and one not so easily granted.
Believe me, Raven, she is going to want to speak with me.
That might very well be. But forgive me if I don't let a strange dwarf walk right in and converse with my mother. She may be our queen, but I oversee the daily matters here in Qintarra.
I see. How can I convince you of the urgency of my quest?
You'll have your chance. Forgive me if I seem a little abrupt, but I've many things on my mind today and there's much to be done. Once I've taken care of some of the more pressing matters, I'll talk with you about your needs.
Perhaps I could be of service.
I'm not sure. You are a dwarf after all. I'm making no judgments about you as an individual, but elves and dwarves do not always see eye to eye.
I'm willing to overlook those differences for now.
There is a group of humans camped about a day's journey from here. We know not what they want, but where humans go, trouble usually follows. The place they are camped at is called Falcon's Egg, and it is considered a holy place for the Elves of Qintarra. We would like you to find out why the humans are there and remove them.
Falcon's Egg? What sort of a place is this?
Falcon's Egg, as I told you, is elven holy ground. Many years ago there was an elven queen, and her name was Falcon. She was out hunting one day and with her bow shot a stag. When she had caught up with it, it was lying next to a pool of water, slowly bleeding from a wound in its side. The stag spoke to her, and within it were the spirits of the elves who had become the soul of the stag, and with her arrow she had pierced both it and them. And they were both sad and afraid, as the stag's life was their own, and when it died, so would they.
What did Falcon do?
She could do nothing. She sat with the stag's head in her arms, sang its stories, and washed its wound with her tears. And the ache in her heart grew as the old elven voices faded, grew so much that when they finally passed, she passed with them.
These humans, how should they be removed?
It doesn't matter to me how you remove them, but you must understand this. Under no circumstances are you to shed blood on that ground. The spirits there exact their price, and you do not want to pay it. Do you understand? Do not raise your hand against another. It's not far from here. I'll mark your map with the location.
What do you want?
Hello, sir. Who are you?
I am William Bench, outdoorsman and naturalist, and head of this bunch you see here. And who might you be?
I am Malthus. A pleasure, sir. What are you doing here?
I'm a surveyor, and this is my team. We're employed by the Torringsdale Logging Company. We've got a contract to map out the surrounding lands and report the usability of its resources. Fairly standard job, really.
I see. Well, we may have a problem here, Mr. Bench.
I see no problem here, stranger. In fact, I think I'm going to have to ask you to leave. This here is private property, and you're trespassing.
He motions to a few of his cronies, who eye you suspiciously.
Sir, I believe I'll be able to convince you otherwise.
Oh, really? Listen, friend, I'm here to do a job. William Bench is a man of his word, and Torringsdale expects a report on his desk in a week. I don't think there's much you're going to be able to say that will dissuade me from doing what I'm here to do.
You might think differently if you knew who I represent.
Who you represent? Let me guess, you're one of the blokes from Wexdale Lumber, right? Wait, I can see it all now. You're here to tell me you have legal rights to this land.
I represent Gilbert Bates of Tarant.
Bates? What interest would Gilbert Bates have in logging? The man supplies all the engines for our clear cutters.
He's thinking of getting into the logging business.
Mr. Bates, in the logging business? But he owns so much already. Why would someone with such an obvious monopoly in his field of expertise want to take over logging as well?
He sees an opportunity. Are you going to question him?
No, of course not. I'm not saying I'd question Mr. Bates's judgment, no, sir. But what exactly are you doing here? I mean, this land is owned by Torringsdale.
Well, Mr. Bates is challenging that in court as we speak.
In court? But I have legal documents here stating the validity of the Torringsdale claim. How could Mr. Bates contest this?
Do you really think that legality is a concern for Mr. Bates?
No, I see your point. Well, what exactly are you proposing? I've still got a job to do, but I'm not one to make the wrong sort of enemies. Maybe Mr. Bates is looking to do some business here, perhaps?
Indeed he is. Perhaps I could put in a good word for you.
That, my friend, would be very much appreciated. I'm thinking that our little party here might have fallen into some difficulties. You know, hazards of the trade. Perhaps a violent storm. And since we'd lost all of the provisions...
You had to return early. Very nice, William.
Thank you, Malthus. I was always a good storyteller. And you'll make sure to pass on my name to Mr. Bates? He'll be in need of good surveyors as well.
Absolutely. I will tell him that you can always rely upon William Bench.
Right. We'll get packed right away and leave. I look forward to hearing from you soon.
Ah, yes, you again. How can I help you?
Hello, Raven. I have removed the humans from Falcon's Egg.
Thank you very much. Your help in the matter is much appreciated. Now, what was it you needed to speak to my mother about?
You recount the strange series of events leading you here to the bewildered elven princess.
A dark tale full of pain. And it would seem that the blame lies with us, the elves.
There are certainly elves involved. Do you know the name Min Gorod?
I do not, and none of the elves who live here bear it. But it bothers me very much, pulls darkly at my heart and mind. There is another possibility, one I'd rather not think of.
What is it, Raven? Do you know where I can find Mingorod?
No. You need to speak with my mother of these things. She will know what to do. She's just beyond the large door behind me. But be warned, my mother is a magical being of great power. Her spirit swims in the flow, and sometimes she is more of that world than this one. What she sees is not always what we see, so her answers might seem strange to you. Ask what you wish to know, and listen. When you're through speaking with her, come and find me.
Hello. I welcome you, traveler.
Greetings to you, Silver Lady. I thank you for this audience.
I know you've come far, and I've expected you for a long time now.
What do you mean?
I've seen you approaching from both east and west, traveler. And you bring them with you, all of them. They've no choice but to follow.
Please, I don't understand.
I know. We speak different languages, you and I. The things I see, wrapped in the past and the present, and shrouded in the veils of magic. I cannot translate my visions into your own. You must listen, traveler. Listen and learn to see. What is it you seek, traveler?
Do you know if I am the living one?
The living one? Oh, traveler, why would you think I would know of such a thing?
It is a prophecy. I presume you can see what is yet to come.
It's an interesting thing about prophecies, traveler. They're no clearer to one such as myself, living both in and out of the stream, than they are to you, walking the shore. The flow swirls around them until they are ready. And in the end, really, is it going to matter who someone pointed a finger at?
That would be quite comforting if people weren't trying to kill me.
These people can only see what follows in your wake, traveler. Pass your hand through the flame and it flickers. If you've tired of the mantle, then shed it. Disappear. Otherwise, don't be surprised at what people do.
What can you tell me about the fate of the Black Mountain clan?
Yes, I can see them. But the ravens are circling, and the storm rages but subsides. And yet there is lightning, and then shadow, and then the storm howls again, tearing. I can't even look at it.
But that makes no sense to me.
Wait. Oh, look. They've taken in a small child with machine dreams, and hands of hinged metal, and a heart in which coal burns brightly.
That's Gilbert Bates. But that was in the past.
I don't know of what you speak, traveler. Please, listen. Try to hear with my ears. I see a flame atop a hill, burning so brightly. And below, a field of wheat around a pool of water. And the flame spitting fire and consuming the wheat and the lake and losing itself as well. It's dark here. So dark. And the flame is here too. But this flame burns black onyx and cold, and shadow is its child. Are they here as well? I can't see that far. A plane of mirrored glass. A sky of white. A lone figure. Wait, which is the reflection? I'm unsure.
You're speaking in riddles, Silver Lady.
That is all I see, traveler. The riddle is created by you. Do you have anything else you'd like to ask?
Mingorod. What can you tell me of that name?
Mingorod. An old name, traveler. Oh, a man is screaming and carves a key with his fingers, and the birds have plucked his eyes out. And the wolf watches, motionless, his paw in the air.
Is that Mingorod? And is he dead? What does the wolf mean?
A tear in the curtain, and only darkness beyond. A ragged wound, mended with a ring of blasted stone. A hand that sees, but is blinded. A man draped in truth, wearing a mask. And they hide. The lost children, they hide. A grey mist, even to me. But there, he runs, dropping veined and painted leaves. And the flock comes, talons outstretched, and wings of fire, and he is consumed. But the leaves...
What?
Run quickly, traveler. Find what was left behind. In the place of smoke and water, he is there. He is there.
Who is there? Mingorod?
I see no more. The stream is again calm. Was there anything else?
No, I guess not. But I understand almost nothing of what you said.
I know that, traveler. But I also know that clarity is often the child of time. Your answers lie both in front and behind. Make sure not to overlook one for the other.
Characteristically cryptic, dear Silver Lady.
I go now, traveler. We will meet again, though I'm not sure on which side. No matter. Farewell.
Ah, yes, you again. How can I help you?
I have spoken with the Silver Lady about all that has happened.
And what did you ask her about?
I asked her about the fate of the Black Mountain clan. She saw ravens and lightning, and a violent storm.
Ravens and a storm? And why did the storm subside and then rage once again? Nothing in my mother's visions is ever what it seems. We'll have to think on this.
She saw the Black Mountain clan with a small machine-like child.
As you told her, this must have been the man you know as Gilbert Bates. She saw him because he plays such a large role in their fate.
She also saw a flame that consumed a wheat field and a pool of water.
I'm not sure what that represents, but I know that fire in her visions often represents magic. And the water you say quenched it? Or did the flame burn itself out?
She also saw a dark place with a dark fire and a mirrored plane.
There are two separate visions. The flame again represents magic, but twisted somehow, burning darkly. And did you say that the Black Mountain clan was near this flame? The mirrored plane, a white sky, a lone figure. The worlds on either side of that mirror are the same. Who could say which one is real? Odd.
She also had visions of this Mingorod.
Mingorod? What did she see?
She saw an eyeless man in pain carving a key, and a wolf with a raised paw.
What the screaming man and his key represent, I have no idea. But I do know that the official symbol for the city of Caladon is a wolf, with one paw raised in the air.
Perhaps we need to begin our search there, Raven.
I'm not so sure. Remember, my mother's visions are shackled by neither our eyes nor our time. The events she describes might be in either the future or the past. Let's look at all she said before we go any further.
She also saw a torn curtain and a ringed, broken finger pointing eastward.
There's something about that entire vision which pulls at my memory, especially the ring. I'll think about it further.
She also saw a hand that sees but is blind, and a truthful man in a mask.
I have no idea.
Wait, that sounds like the amulet worn by the people trying to kill me.
Interesting. That's the ancient symbol of the Malokian hand. Do you know of it?
A little. What can you tell me of them?
The Malokian hand were assassins for what used to be known as the Darien Ka, the ancient order of the dead. The Darien Ka were a shadowy group who formed during the Age of Legends. Their membership and their agenda were always very secret. I know little about them beyond the most cursory knowledge, but there have always been rumors about who they were and what they were doing.
And what is their connection to the Malokian hand?
As I said, the Malokian hand were their assassins. From what I remember of what was written about them, the hand was ejected from the Order of the Dead on grounds of doctrinal differences. There was a small struggle, and then the hand disappeared. There are always rumors of its reemergence, but from what I know, that's all they are. Rumors.
These amulets and the unending attempts on my life say different.
I agree. But I don't know why they would be involved in this business. Very interesting.
Back to the vision. What do you suppose it means?
I don't really know, although it would seem that perhaps they are being misled. Blindness in my mother's visions is sometimes associated with deception. As far as the man in the mask was draped in truth, I have no idea.
Lastly, she saw lost hiding children, a man running from them, dropping leaves.
This one is the most interesting of all, and it seems that my fears may have well been correct.
Why, Raven? What do you think it means?
Do you remember when I told you that the name of Mingarod bothered me in some way? Well, I believe that may have been so because Mingarod is a dark name.
But what does that mean? A dark name?
A dark elf name. Do you know of the Dark Elves?
I've heard very little of them. Can you elaborate?
It's a long story. But sometime during the Age of Legends, many years even before my mother was born, there were a group of elves who separated themselves. There were philosophical differences, and they were no longer welcome in our forests. Those elves became what we know as the Dark Elves.
What were the differences?
They believe that this world and all of its races are subject to elven rule. They believe that elves are superior because of our close connection to nature, our power in the ways of magic, and the longevity of our physical form. They see the other races as bumbling children who need our guidance, regardless of its severity.
And what of the elves of Qintarra? What do they believe?
The elves of Qintarra, in fact all other elves, believe that everything and everyone has a rightful place in the experience which forms this reality. Elves feel that very little, if anything, ever happens that isn't part of the natural progression of that state. They feel no superiority because of their advantages. That is just the role they have been picked to play.
Do they see the Dark Elves as a violation of that order?
Unfortunately not. The Dark Elves are seen in the same light as everyone else. They have the role, and they are playing it.
You say unfortunately. What do you believe, Raven?
I believe... Well, let us say that I don't always see eye to eye with those in Qintarra concerning the rightful place of the Dark Elves. My role here is as protector. I will do so regardless of the cost.
I see. Let us get back to your mother's visions.
My mother's vision of the lost children was referring, I believe, to the Dark Elves. They were hidden from her because they are hidden from all of us. Through magic and isolation, we've not seen where they live for almost 500 years.
But who was the man running from them?
There was a man many years ago who had come to the Glimmering Forest to study the elves, and I remember that he was very interested in the Dark Elves especially. There were rumors about his capture by them and an escape. As I said, he was a researcher. A strange little man, a bit overdressed, but kind-hearted and very intelligent. I was young then, a mere 160 years old. He was the first human I'd ever seen.
Do you remember his name?
His name? It was a long time ago. But I remember because he said it so often. I think humans just like hearing the sound of their own names. Terwilliger. Dr. Renford A. Terwilliger. I can hear him saying it even now.
What were the leaves he was dropping?
I don't know. It almost seemed in the vision that the flock who consumed him were more interested in the leaves. And my mother even said to find what was left behind, these leaves might very well be what we're looking for.
And what is this place of smoke and water?
She could mean almost anywhere. But if I were to make a guess, I'd say she was talking about the human city of Tarant. It lies in the Gulf of Morbihan, and its, what do you call them? Factories are always belching smoke into the skies. That and I know that Terwilliger was from there. You have a place to begin your search, my friend. It would seem that if you need to find this Mingarod, you're going to need to find the village of the Dark Elves. The only person who might know where they are is Renford A. Terwilliger. He may or may not be in Tarant, but it's a good place to start looking.
Well, I suppose I am off to find the Dark Elves. Back to Tarant I shall go.
You impress me, my friend. Few are those like you who would take this burden upon themselves. You've earned my respect.
Your respect makes it all the more worth it, Princess Raven.
Thank you for the compliment. Looks like we're going to be good friends. Return to me when you found the Dark Elves and tell me what you uncover. We'll have much to discuss when you return.
This is Tarant, my friend. Can't say as I know much about it. I do know that if you need to find someone in particular, you should stop by the Hall of Records. When I was looking for P. Schuyler and Sons, that's what I did.
We need to find out who this Renford A. Terwilliger is. His name sounds familiar, but I can't seem to place it. He did something that made him famous.
This is the Hall of Records. All manner of knowledge is kept upon these premises. It is here that all of our census records are kept, as well as tome upon tome of archives.
Can you help me locate an individual?
May I have the individual's name?
Renford A. Terwilliger.
My apologies, sir, but there does not appear to be a person of that name in Tarant.
Would it be possible to check for records further back?
Oh, good news, sir. Renford A. Terwilliger, human, died in 1804 here in Tarant. Do you wish me to retrieve his obituary?
Yes, please.
Ah, yes, here we are. Renford A. Terwilliger, author of Sen-Ang, Horror Among the Dark Elves, was found dead in his home today. His death appears to have occurred under mysterious circumstance. The authorities are calling for further investigation. Oh my, what a dreadful incident.
Let's go to the library in Tarant. We need to get ourselves a copy of Horror Among the Dark Elves.
How may I be of service to you, sir?
Do you have a book called Sen-Ang, Horror Among the Dark Elves by Renford A. Terwilliger?
Horror Among the Dark Elves? Sounds spooky. Wait here a moment, sir. I will go and look. I'm sorry, sir, but I was not able to find Horror Among the Dark Elves. However, I did find another book that may be of interest to you.
What book would that be?
The book is called The Curse of Zenong. It appears to be about the book you're searching for.
Sounds interesting. May I check it out?
The Curse of Sen-Ang by Kendrick Wales. In the following pages, I, Kendrick Wales, will attempt to explain in the plainest words possible the mysteries surrounding Renford A. Terwilliger and his controversial work known as Horror Among the Dark Elves. Renford A. Terwilliger was born in 1750. His fabled trip to the Glimmering Forest was made in 1768, his 18th year. He was indeed, as per his book, accompanied by an elven tracker named Joran Benal. Records housed within the Tarantian Zoological Society validate this fact. Mr. Benal was never heard from nor seen again after the expedition. As for Mr. Terwilliger's account of his adventures in the elven city of Qintarra, or his supposed discovery of the mythical Sen-Ang, no one can be sure. Most scholars and collectors of literature assume that Mr. Terwilliger's book is a work of fiction. And as such, fantastical literature was all the rage at that time. I might be inclined to agree, yet one must only look upon the events following the publication of Horror Among the Dark Elves to see that he very well may have found something deep within the Glimmering Forest that was never ever meant to be found. There were very few copies of the book published. Records concerning the initial print run are scarce, but it is believed that no more than 100 were ever released to the public. 4 days after the book was shipped to Tarantian bookstores, the factory that printed it was burned to the ground. The owner, Mr. Jeremiah Gomes, was found in his home, brutally murdered by an unknown assailant. The 4 bookstores that purchased the volume for sale in Tarant suffered the same fate. Only 15 copies of the book were sold before the final store was destroyed. Those 15 copies became an immediate collector's item. Enormous sums of money were paid for the remaining volumes. After a few months, the books had fallen into various respected collections across Arcanum. Each and every one of the owners of the books began to complain of strange happenings once the book was in their possession. All of them told of frightening noises and visions, shadowy figures following them wherever they went, unexplained illnesses and untimely deaths. Many attributed this to paranoia, a trite brand of sensationalism to create an even greater demand for the book. Unfortunately, their fears were all too justified. All of them were dead within 5 years of the initial publication, their volumes either stolen, burned, or disfigured beyond recognition. Indeed, they had suffered what came to be known as the Curse of Tsen-ang. Mr. Terwilliger, strangely enough, lived a relatively long life, cursed in his own way, to witness the evil fruits of his labors. He saw himself as the cause of these horrors and wrote extensively of it within his memoirs. The following is an excerpt from them, only days before he died in his sleep. I will never forgive myself for that which I have unleashed upon the world. Had I the courage, I would travel again to the glimmering forest and unleash holy vengeance upon those evil creatures that have plagued our fair land and its peoples. Alas, I no longer have the strength nor the power, and now there is only my own end that I pray for every day. Until just a few short months ago, it was thought that there were no remaining copies of horror among the Dark Elves. After an exhaustive investigation, I have found that this is not at all the case. The last known copy of the book, owned by the famed book collector Mr. Philip Misk, was thought to have perished with its owner in a fire almost 50 years ago. Now, with new evidence presented by a reliable source, I have discovered that Mr. Misk's son, Victor Misk of Caladon, still has the copy in his possession and is hiding it for fear that the curse will again visit his family. I pray that the evil let loose in the glimmering forest has finally been put to rest, and I pray Mr. Misk and his family avoid the fate that has befallen every other soul who has challenged the curse of Tsen-ang.
We need to find Caladon. I'm sorry to say I don't know where it is. Down south somewhere?
Majestic Caladon, the longest-standing monarchy in all of Arcanum. The Farads have ruled over their prosperous kingdom for over 1,000 years. They've managed to maintain their prosperity by being open to changing with the vagaries of the day. They embrace both magic and technology.
Caladon? Yes, I'm actually from here. I've lived here for many, that I've visited here many times. You know, on my travels, during my search. It's a beautiful city. I recommend seeing the royal castle. It's quite a feat of architecture. More than likely, the dwarves had something to do with it.
I used to want to live here. It is meant to be a nice place, but it's too big for my tastes. Since this Victor Misk fellow is meant to have a copy of Horror Among the Dark Elves, we need to find him.
Greetings, sir. I'm Wesley Carrington, the butler of the Misk household.
Well met, butler. I am here to speak with Mr. Victor Misk.
You haven't heard? Perhaps you ought to speak with Mrs. Misk. She's in the parlor.
The young woman before you is dressed in a dark blue gown with a small hat and veil. She is strikingly beautiful. Her hair is a deep shade of amber, her eyes ice blue but a little swollen and red.
Good day, traveller. I am Lillian Misk, wife of the late Victor Misk.
Madam, did you say the late Victor Misk? Is he dead?
He just recently passed. We buried him not 4 days ago.
I am very sorry for your loss, madam. What happened?
He drowned. They found him down by the docks, washed up onto the shore. We hadn't seen him for days, but he had been that way for the past few months.
What do you mean, that way?
Victor became unbalanced in the last few months of his life. He began having delusions and anxiety attacks ever since they released that cursed book.
Do you mean The Curse of Tsen-ang by Kendrick Wales?
Yes. Once the book was released here in Caladon, he became convinced he was going to be the next victim of that so-called curse. I tried to comfort him, to tell him that it was all author's conjecture, but he just wouldn't listen. He would say, "They got my old dad, and now they're coming for me too." We buried him a month later.
What sort of delusions was he having?
He would say that people were following him, that hooded and robed figures would appear all around him, staring at him, watching him, demanding the book and threatening horrible things if he wouldn't give it to them. Almost exactly what had happened to previous owners of the book.
And you never saw any of this?
No. I believe all of those stories drove my poor Victor mad. Of course, there were an ungodly number of collectors who came calling when they found out he still had a copy. But all of them were polite and professional, not an evil man among them.
What happened to Victor's father, Philip Misk?
Victor's father, Philip Misk, was an avid collector of books. At one time, he had the largest collection in all of Caladon. He died in a fire. It was deduced that he had fallen asleep in his study while smoking a cigar. Something had caught fire and he was killed in the blaze. Most of his collection was lost in the fire.
Most, but not Terwilliger's horror among the Dark Elves.
No, but Victor did not find it for many years. It had been hidden in an old chest in the attic of our summer home. It seems Victor's paranoia may have been an inherited trait.
Doesn't it seem strange that both of them died somewhat mysteriously?
I don't share that view, sir. I am not a superstitious woman. I miss my Victor more than anything, but I put no stock in such tripe. Both Victor and his father were victims of chance and circumstance. I'll hear no more of it.
Do you still have a copy of the book?
No. Up until the last weeks, Victor carried it on his person at all times. Then, one day he came home and told us he had hidden it, somewhere that only he and his old dad would know. We all thought it was rather strange, but by then there wasn't much about Victor that wasn't strange.
How did it become known that Victor still had a copy?
I don't know. We had kept it a secret for so very long. Only Victor and I knew, as well as some of our servants. But none of them would ever had said anything. They're like family to us, and we've always treated them so well.
Perhaps the author, Mr. Wales, paid one of them a hefty sum for the information.
Yes, I know. And we did ask all of them, but they all denied any complicity in the matter. I trust them, and besides, I have no proof to the contrary. I suppose I'd be grateful if someone were to look into the matter. Any help would be appreciated. The servants are around the house. Feel free to speak with them.
Might I be of service?
I have some questions about the book, written by Mr. Wales.
You mean The Curse of Zen Ang? That rubbish? I'm surprised you would have the audacity to mention the name of it in this house, sir, especially knowing what it did to Mr. Misk.
I'm looking into the matter for Mrs. Misk.
Are you insinuating that I might have something to do with that, sir?
I didn't say that, Mr. Carrington. Perhaps you may be able to help me.
I have been a loyal servant to the Misk family for many years. I'd hate to think that Mrs. Misk didn't trust me any longer.
Is there anything you know that might help me?
Well, I'm not one to talk bad about people, but if you're looking for a place to begin your search, I'd go no further than Brinda, the maid. She may not look it, but she's a half-orc. You just never know.
Yes, I am Brinda the maid.
Pleasure to meet you, Brinda. I have some questions about the book, The Curse of Senang.
Why you ask about that bad book? That book drive Mr. Misk to his death. I no want to talk about it.
I'm investigating the matter for Mrs. Misk. Do you know how Mr. Wales found out that Mr. Misk had a copy of the book?
She looks around, frightened.
No, I know nothing about that. I love Mr. and Mrs. Misk. I never do anything to hurt them.
I'm not accusing you, Brinda. Do you have any information that might help me?
I know nothing. I just do my job. Try make money for my family. I know nothing, sir. I just wish Mr. Misk come back.
This passport reads, Wesley Carrington, 25 Dragons Turnabout, Caladon.
Excuse me, I'll just be a moment.
Greetings, dwarf brother. May I ask who you are?
I am Bingham Schulefest, the gravekeeper for this cemetery. Can I help you, sir?
You notice your companion, Magnus, attempting to slink off to the side, out of view.
Schulefest, you say? That doesn't sound like a dwarven name.
It's not. You see, I grew up in Caladon, and although I do have a true dwarven name, my family doesn't care at all for ancient dwarven history. We're city dwarves, and quite proud of it. It's a new world, and most dwarves around here like it that way. Of course, there is my neighbour's boy. Oh, what was his name? Malcolm Schulefest, always making up things about his ancient clan and whatnot. Hey, hold on a minute. There he is right there.
He points at Magnus.
Malcolm, we haven't seen you for 50 years. Your father was getting worried. You're only 150 years old, you know. Where were you? Off on another one of those quests to find our lost clan. Such an imagination.
Let's humour this old fool for a while. He might be able to help us, and if playing along with his delusions helps our cause, I'm willing to do so.
Of course. But are you saying that you don't know this dwarf?
This city dwarf? Of course not. I am a dwarf of the old tradition. I care little for these dwarves who forget their history and their heritage.
Right, but he does seem to know you.
What? You must be joking. Look at him. He's grown soft. And his beard. I'd go so far as to say he probably trims it.
You're probably right, Malcolm. Magnus.
Don't take the farce too far.
Bingham, I've spoken with the wife of Victor Misk. Tell me, did you know Victor at all?
I knew Victor. Crazier than a three-legged chicken in those last few months he was. He'd come around here all the time, checking on his gravesite and all. Most will buy the plot for their graves in advance, but I'd never met a man who wanted to visit it all the time.
Bingham, I need your help in digging up old Victor Misk.
Dig up his grave? But whatever for?
You'll have to trust me, dwarf brother. It is for the good of us all.
All right, you are a dwarf, and it seems you're a trustworthy one at that. Here's what you'll need to do. Take this shovel. Now, Victor's grave, as you've seen, is still very fresh. You should have no trouble digging it back up, but you must wait until nightfall. There are guards all around, but they fall asleep when the sun goes down. As long as you're quiet, you should be able to dig up old Victor without a problem.
The binding on this book is most obviously a fake, purchased at the Roseboro gift shop. This headstone reads Lawrence Brummond, 1860 to 1884.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had something to do here. I'm ready to go when you are.
Virgil, what are you doing here? Whose grave is this?
Nothing. This is someone I used to know. Many years ago, I just thought I should stop by and pay my respects.
Lawrence Brummond. Was he a friend of yours?
Lawrence was my friend. We grew up together. In Tarant, actually. Our families moved to Caladon when we were older. He died in an accident. Terrible accident. I don't want to talk about it. Please, let's just be on our way. Perhaps another time.
25 Dragon's Turnabout, the home of Wesley Carrington, the Misk family butler. Dear Mr. Carrington, enclosed is the payment we agreed upon. Signed, Elmer Burbottom.
Mr. Carrington, what can you tell me about Elmer Burbottom?
What? How do you... Have you been going through my personal belongings, sir? Will I be forced to call the authorities, sir?
Just answer the question, Wesley. Who is he?
No, sir. And if I ever find out you've been going through my things again, I will call on the Royal Guard and have you run through on the spot. Now, I've nothing left to say to you. Please leave. Now.
Mrs. Misk, do you know anything of Roseborough or its gift shop?
Roseborough? I've only been there once. Victor and I travelled there to visit the grave of his father. I've never been there since. Small town, rather boring. Here, I'll show you where it is.
This gravestone reads, "Here lies Philip Misk." Horror Among the Dark Elves by Renford A. Terwilliger. I dedicate this to my dearest Raven. I would gladly face again these horrors and 1,000 others for only another moment with you. Dearest reader, it is only with the greatest fear and trepidation that I share this harrowing tale with you today. I am still overcome with dread at the thought of what I am about to tell you and what it might mean for me or those close to me. My name is Renford A. Terwilliger, born of the outlying regions of Ashbury, not far from the lair of Bellerogrim, where they found the bones of the great dragon. When my 18th year came around, I was accepted into Tarant University and ultimately found my way into the Tarantian Zoological Society. The society had been given an enormous grant by one of Tarant's leading philanthropists for a very specific purpose. That purpose was to confirm the existence of the Dark Elves. Every man, woman, and child in Arcanum has been raised on ghost stories and bedtime tales of these strange people known only as the Dark Elves. To the anthropologist, they are the proverbial oasis in the desert. Proof of their existence has always literally disappeared into the air. I set out on this adventure with determination and confidence in my ability to bring forth just that. Had I known what lay ahead, I would have forsworn both anthropology and philanthropy and returned to work as a day laborer in the Ashbury shipyards. Better the back-breaking work than the nightmares I face every night. Before leaving Tarant, I employed the services of Jaran Benal, an elven tracker who was recommended to me by the famed explorer Mr. Quentin Payne. Jaran Benal had been born in the Glimmering Forest, and it was said there wasn't a more knowledgeable man about the deep elven groves this side of the Stonewall Mountains. Within weeks, we were well within the deepest regions of the Glimmering Forest, and never once did the unflappable Mr. Benal look to his compass or consult a map. Upon the 42nd day of our journey, we came to a great meadow, seemingly alive with the multitude of birds and butterflies that flew above it. I was so enthralled by the scene around me that I almost missed the most spectacular vision given to the eyes of mortal man. Qintarra, the great elven tree city, lay within the towering trees at the end of the clearing, hanging like a cut jewel in the crown of a king. And among these, the graceful and lithe forms of the elves, singing their beautiful songs and looking down upon the ragtag group of men with curiosity and amusement. Of Qintarra, I can say only this. The month I spent there was the best of my entire life. I learned much less about the Dark Elves than I would have liked, but the moments I spent there were strange and wonderful and breathtaking. And to my teacher, I give heartfelt thanks and the warmest greetings. There's not a day that goes by that I don't think of you. We left the trees of Qintarra with little more than faint whispers about the Dark Elves and where they might be found. The elves of Qintarra were very reluctant to speak of them, and they begged us to forget such foolishness. We traveled on north this time, as Mr. Benal believed he had uncovered a clue as to their whereabouts during his investigations while in Qintarra. And he had discovered a name, Sen-Ang, the home of the Dark Elves. We traveled for 17 more days, exhausting our supplies. The forest had become thicker, and it seemed that many of the trees were adorned with thorns, some more than a foot long. On the day before we planned to return, the weather took a vicious turn. From out of the north came dark thunderheads, and lightning flew down from the sky like barbed lances of white fire. I can't say when I first became aware of them, but one moment, while looking out through the rain, I began to notice shadows that stayed even after the lightning had subsided. Those shadows became phantoms. The phantoms, something worse. They were stock-still, tall and wiry, ghostly faces the color of ivory with eyes of the blackest night. Banal screamed and then was pulled from our shelter to the roots above. He screamed once more and then was silent. I never heard from nor saw him again. I ran past the elves, swinging blindly to clear a path. Thorns tore at my arms and legs, and I stumbled among stones and the underbrush. Great elven arrows sunk into the trees around me, grazing my skin as they flew by. They were playing with me, enjoying the hunt. I fell to my knees, gasping for air. When I looked up, I saw it. There, in the trees above me, was Sen-Ang, the home of the Dark Elves. Unlike Qintarra, Sen-Ang was an abomination, slouched in the branches like a great beast waiting for its prey. There were sputtering fires all along its battlements, and great spikes protruding from every surface like dragon spines. And I saw robed figures, gaunt and terrible, lined along its walkways and looking down upon me, beckoning. In moments I was surrounded again by my pursuers. Through the downpour I saw them unsheath daggers, their ghostish smiles floating toward me as the thunder roared above. I closed my eyes, praying to whatever god would hear me, and then from nowhere arrows flew from behind me and above me, and the dark elves around me whirled to and fro in confusion. One pulled his bow from his back, but was shot through the heart before he raised it past his shoulder. The others looked at me for a moment, the purest hatred harbored in their eyes, and then disappeared into the night. Amazed and spent, I fainted. I awoke some days later, many miles from the northern reaches of the glimmering forest. I never met my rescuers, but I can guess who they were and where they were from. And I thank them if they are reading this. Without their aid, I surely would have died there in the shadow of Sen-Ang. I have never returned to the glimmering forest, and I pray that I never do. Some things are better left alone.
Well, as ill-advised as it may be, it seems we need to go and speak with the Dark Elves in Sen-Ang.
Dark elves? Don't know any. But since I don't much like regular elves, I can't imagine myself being too fond of them.
Using Terwilliger's book as a guide, you and your companions end a nearly 6-week journey through the heart of the glimmering forest, setting up camp on the outskirts of Sen-Ang. You spend several days conducting reconnaissance on the dark elven city, monitoring all who come and go, determining that the best chance of infiltration is to disguise yourselves as members of the Molochian Hand, who enter and leave the premises freely.
I do not know you, Dwarf, nor do I want to.
I'm here to see Mingorod.
You may enter.
What do I need to know? It's full of elves, and they're fairly disagreeable elves at that. So, not to put too fine a point on it, I know that I don't like it at all. And the sooner we can get out of here, the better. Any other bloody questions?
When my guards informed me a foot soldier of the Malokian Hand was here to see me, I couldn't guess what you could possibly have to speak with me about.
I have come to report on the search for the survivor of the Zephyr crash.
Judging from the Hand's famed reputation, I assume you are here to tell me that the survivor has been located and eliminated.
That is correct. I completed the assignment myself.
Wonderful. I assume you are here to collect the payment. Here is the agreed-upon amount.
I am also here to collect information for the Malokian Hand.
Why is the Hand interested in our affairs?
It has become our affair as the survivor killed several dozen of our agents.
Very well. What information are you seeking?
Where were the Black Mountain clan banished to?
I have no time for dwarven sniveling. I thought that once you joined the Malokian Hand, you renounced all other allegiances, and the Hand should have no concern for the whereabouts of a few measly dwarves.
We believed the survivor was trying to contact them.
That would be an impossible task for someone of his limited resources. You will learn nothing from this line of inquiry.
What do you think the escaped dwarf told the survivor?
We cannot be sure, obviously, but we assume it has something to do with why the dwarves were banished to the void. Sadly, Stenar, the dwarf from the blimp, was one of the most skilled engineers. His loss set our timetable back a fair amount.
So the attack on the Zephyr was an attempt to kill Stenar?
We knew Stenar would try to contact Bates, and Bates has enough wealth and power to make problems for us. He could possibly have even purchased himself enough mages to shore up the wards for years to come.
Using Bates in your scheme was a stroke of genius.
After all those years of trying to concoct a plausible excuse to banish a group of dwarves, that young fool stumbles in there and walks away with their cherished technology. Arronax himself couldn't have dreamed up a better scenario.
Arronax must have been furious that Stenar escaped.
What did he expect? He has them constructing a technological gate to weaken the ward so he can re-enter this realm, and he's surprised when one of them escapes through it?
Why hasn't Arronax already returned? Stenar made it through.
Stenar had absolutely no magical aptitude. He was able to slip through the smallest opening without any danger to himself. If someone of Arronax's magical power were to attempt to come through before the rift was big enough, it would be an excruciating death, to say the least.
I believe I have enough information to proceed. Good day.
Letter to Mingorod. Stenar Rockcutter's escape from the void using the unfinished gate pushed our timetable a fair amount. The dwarves are now being worked twice as hard to facilitate the imminent return of Arronax. Please report on your progress in regard to the Vendigroth matter. We must destroy the device in order to ensure the success of our plan. Signed, Kan Hua.
I know who you are.
The man before you is thin, wiry, with gray, wolfish eyes. He fingers a dagger on his belt.
I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about.
You wear the amulet of the Malokian Hand, yet you show no respect to your master.
Yes, of course. So sorry, sir.
Too late for that. Do you think that the Hand doesn't know its own? Or doesn't recognize its quarry?
So, you do know who I am, but who are you?
I am Gideon Lair, the first blade of the Malokian Hand. I have sought you for a long time, and here you are, having walked into my very arms. Interesting, interesting indeed.
Yes, indeed. But why exactly did the hand want to kill me?
Why else? We are assassins, my friend. We have been contracted to kill you. Is there anything else that need be said? Sadly, you've done nothing at all. The original contract was for a dwarf named Stenar Rock Cotter, who was posing as a gnome when he boarded the IFS Zephyr. You spoke to the dwarf, and so involved yourself in his affairs. We have been hunting you ever since.
So I was merely at the wrong place, at the wrong time.
That is not important to me. The Hand are assassins. We provide a service which we perform very well, and we are paid for that service upon completion of our contract. Nothing else is important, my friend. The Hand has no conscience or morality. We are death, and now that death has come to you.
But the Hand hasn't always been this way.
What could you possibly know of the Hand, stranger? We have been assassins for more than 1,000 years. Our record is immaculate. Our techniques are those of the oldest masters. You don't know us at all.
I know of the Torian Kel. I know why the Hand left them.
What? How could you? You know nothing. A mere scrap of paper. An old name. You don't have any idea what you're talking about.
You recount the series of events described by the book left for you by Joachim, recalling the Hand's split from the Torian Kel following the discovery of Kurgan the Terrible's necromancy laboratory.
So, you do know of our history. You may very well be the only living person outside the Hand who knows these things. That we once served such evil ends is a great shame to us. Do you have any idea what sort of a monster that Kurgan the Terrible was? He discovered all of the dark, necromantic arts. He used to experiment on living souls, killing them, and then raising them from the dead. The Torian Kel were his evil prodigy, and we served them unquestioningly for 500 years. We had never been told of what Kurgan had done.
And then your leader, Trellian, found something.
Yes, it is said that he found the writings of Kurgan, which described in detail the experiments he used to perform on his victims. It made Trellian sick with revulsion and despair. He vowed to destroy the Torian Kel, no matter what it cost.
And yet here the Hand is again, making the same mistake.
What do you mean?
Well, if you thought Kurgan was bad, how about Arronax?
Arronax? What the hell does Arronax have to do with this?
The Dark Elves are working to bring Arronax back from the void, and the Hand is their whipping boy.
Anger flares in Gideon's eyes as he glances toward the home of Mingor Odd.
I see. We have once again been lied to. Someone will answer for this in due time. And as for you, I am deeply sorry. The Hand will bother you no more. We won't be seeing one another again. I recommend you leave here as soon as you're done with your business.
What do you want of me? I rarely speak with those of your kind.
Oh, I'm sorry, madam. Why do you say such things?
Pitiful creature! Why are you wasting my time with your drivel? You're obviously not fit to speak with me. Begone!
Perhaps, madam, you have made a hasty assessment.
Perhaps you're right. I may have been a little hasty with my first impressions of you. Perhaps we might speak for a few moments. I am Zan Alurin, warrior priestess of the Dark Elves. And who are you, stranger? You've never before seen the trees of Senang. Of that, I am certain.
I am Malthus.
Honesty. You surprise me. You take a large risk in exposing yourself to me, especially considering what you are.
And what exactly do you mean by that?
I don't know exactly who you are, but I do know that you don't belong here. Sometimes I see things that others cannot. I know that your road has been long, and that you're in grave danger by being here. I suppose you could say that meeting me has increased that danger.
Really? For some reason, I feel that you don't pose a threat.
That still remains to be seen, but unlike many of my brethren and sisters here, I am seeking answers to difficult questions. Blind devotion to a cause is the easiest path to take, and the most foolish. I wish to shed light on the path ahead and choose the best way to travel. Those answers, I think, begin with you.
And why would you think that?
I see things. When you walked into Senang, I saw something around you. A great latticework of wood and iron, and it carried a great weight, which weighed nothing at all. These are the visions I see. What they mean, I don't always know. But I do know that you are somehow important to me.
And what exactly is it that you are seeking?
What do you know of the Dark Elves? Do you know the differences between us and our cousins in Qintarra?
I am aware of philosophical differences.
Then you know that the Dark Elves, like Arronax, want Arcanum to once again be ruled by elves, and elves only. They will stop at nothing to make this a reality. They've already done much, and are still doing so.
You keep saying they. Aren't you a dark elf as well?
Yes, I am. I am a dark elf. Sometimes that is a burden. I don't know exactly what I believe anymore. I see visions, and these visions tell me that there is something very wrong with what the Dark Elves are working for. Something very wrong with all that they have done.
Then perhaps your place is not among them. Perhaps you should travel with me.
Yes, I will join you on your quest. It may be that I can help you. I pray for your sake that I am not your or the world's undoing.
Excuse me, I have something I need to talk with you about.
Yes, Virgil, what is it?
I have to leave. There's something I need to do. Something I should have done a long time ago.
What are you talking about?
Listen, I'm sorry things have to be this way. I stayed with you as long as I could. I tried to forget. But it burns within me, won't leave me alone. I have to go to Caladon. If I can, I'll return to you. If not, well, I wish you the best of luck.
Virgil, just tell me. Let me help.
I'm sorry. I have no choice. I can no longer live with it. I must go and do what must be done. Farewell, living one. Forgive me, but I must go.
The Qintarra guard looks at Zana Lurin with hatred in his eyes.
We do not allow her kind in the Tree City. You'll have to leave her, or go on your way.
I will wait here. Hopefully, I will be here when you return.
I'm so very glad you've returned to us. Did you find the village of the Dark Elves? What happened since you left us?
You recall the discovery of Terwilliger's book and your arduous journey to Zen-Ung.
So, Min Garad is a woman. I'd very much like to meet her.
It may be quite difficult to schedule a meeting, given that I killed her.
You killed her? That's truly unfortunate, elven ways being what they are. Nicely done. What did she tell you?
The Black Mountain clan was banished to the Void in order to return Arronax to Arcanum.
So, the Black Mountain clan was banished in order to help Arronax weaken the wards. He's really coming back. We elves are a magical race and wise to the ways of rune and prophecy. But I never really thought... Regardless, we must act. You must speak to my mother. She may be able to see what is to be done.
Wait, what do you know of Arronax?
The story of Arronax is an old one. He was a powerful elf who lived in the Age of Legends. Back then, there was an elven council who ruled over the land, and Arronax had defied them. There was a great struggle between them, and Arronax was banished to the Void. The story, of course, is much more complicated than that, but those are the important points.
And what is the Void?
The Void is where people go when they are banished. Don't ask me about it. I don't know what it's like. In fact, no one knows, because no one has ever come back from there.
What do you mean by the Age of Legends?
The Age of Legends refers to a time in Arcanum's history when things were much different than they are now. There was an elven council that ruled over all of the races, and magic was a large part of everyone's lives. It was a time of heroes and great good, and also of great evil. A time before the rise of technology, before the Dwarven clan wars, before the mages left for Tula.
And what of this Vendigroth, mentioned in the note?
Vendigroth? I know that the Vendigroth Wastes are to the northeast, and that Vendigroth plays a part in the Panarri legends of Arronax. There's been debate as to whether it was an actual city or merely something symbolic. It would seem that the Dark Elves and this convoi might have found something there. My mother will know the course we should take. She may be able to see through all of this and tell us what is to be done.
Hello again, traveler.
Hello, Silver Lady. I have one more question to ask you.
Yes, I knew you'd return to me. And it seems that you still walk the shore. This gladdens me. It means that you've chosen the right path, traveler. At least, right in the way that you see things. I am happy for you.
Silver Lady, what am I to do next?
Your answer lies with Nasruddin.
What?
You have your answer, traveler. We won't be speaking again.
Ah, yes, you again. How can I help you?
The Silver Lady told me that my answers lie with Nasruddin.
That's very, very odd, because Nasruddin has been dead for more than 2,000 years.
That seems to make things a little difficult.
Yes, it would seem so.
So Nasruddin and the Council, they are the ones who banished Arronax.
Yes, I know. At least that's the story. As I've said, I don't know the details.
Well, that puts me in quite the pinch, as it appears I am looking for a dead man.
Yes, it is very strange. My recommendation is that you travel to Caladon. There you will find the first temple of the Panarri and perhaps some more answers.
Perhaps I will find dear Virgil as well. Would you like to join me?
I was hoping you might offer. I do have many responsibilities here in Qintarra, but I think my place is with you. This matter affects all of Arcanum and the Elves more directly. Yes, I will go with you and do what needs to be done if you will have me.
It would be my honor.
And it will be my honor to be associated with someone of such obvious courage and integrity. Shall we?
What is it you need?
You can stop waiting now, Zana Lurin. We are ready to leave.
I go nowhere with the Dark Elf woman. If she's with you, then I am not. It's as simple as that.
Raven, she is not like the others. Do you not trust me?
I'm sorry, but you have no idea what their kind is capable of. Think about it. Everything that has transpired has been brought about by the evil of the Dark Elves.
Yes, this is true, but Zana Lurin had nothing to do with that.
She is a Dark Elf, and that is all that is important. Has she not lived with them, been taught by them? You cannot trust her. She will turn on you. She serves only her own ends. Look into her eyes and tell me it is not true.
She is right, as misguided and foolish as she may be. I have already told you that in the end, I must seek my own answers. It seems you must choose between us.
I will travel with Raven now, but perhaps we will catch up in Tarant.
We're in the caverns of the Wheel Clan, home of the King of the Dwarves. I don't especially like dwarven homes. They're so restrictive. I feel so closed in. And as you probably know, there is no love lost between the elves and the dwarves. We are creatures of magic, and they, well, they're dwarves.
Greetings. It's good to see you again. And again I thank you. I have assumed my rightful place as King of the Dwarves. I've made peace with my past, but have not forgotten its lessons. Tell me, have you found anything out about the fate of the Black Mountain clan?
They were banished to the void by the Dark Elves so that Arronax can return to Arcanum.
An interesting story. And I see that you've brought along Princess Raven. Greetings, Princess.
And greetings to you, King Loghaire. I didn't think you'd have recognized me. I don't believe we've ever had the pleasure of making one another's acquaintance.
No, we've never met. In truth, I've never met your mother either. As you know, relations between the elves and the dwarves have always been, well, strained at best.
Yes, our peoples are very different, King Loghaire. But in the name of the Elves of Qintarra, I apologize for any wrong done to you in our name. And I grieve for your lost people, as if they were my own.
I thank you, Princess Raven. Perhaps this might be a turning point between the Wheel clan and the Elves of Qintarra. Once we have addressed this evil, of course. This reaches much further than even I thought. The fate of Arcanum itself hangs in the balance. It seems it is again my place to make things right. I mean that your friend here is not the only dwarf in Arcanum who's willing to take part in this quest. Tell me, young brother, who are you?
Yes, your majesty. I am Magnus Shalefist, sir. At your service, sir.
Magnus Shalefist, eh? It's a pleasure to meet you, Magnus. I don't believe I've ever heard the name of Shalefist. Which clan are you of?
What clan, you ask? Well, you see, your majesty, that's a bit complicated. I mean, I'm from one of the oldest... Oh, there's no use in lying to you. I don't know what clan I'm from. My family hasn't known for a long time.
I see. Listen, lad. A dwarf carries his clan in his heart. No time nor distance can keep you apart from them, and eventually a dwarf always comes home. Do you understand, Magnus?
Yes, your majesty. It's just that I've looked for them for so long. I want so much to be able to find them, or to know who they were. I want so much to be a part of dwarven history, to make a difference.
You're doing that already, lad. You've done enough to make any clan proud. Arcanum is in need of heroes, and you've heeded the call. I am ready to heed that call as well. I'm saying that I mean to do whatever is necessary to avenge my people and save our world.
Splendid. Will you join me?
Yes. I think you would be a fine companion. I've already made preparations. Should we leave now? Wouldn't this be Tarant? I've never been here, but I heard that of all the places in Arcanum, Tarant has benefited the most from technology. I've also heard that the Bates boy, Gilbert Bates, lives here as well.
You have returned. Tell me, what news?
The Black Mountain clan were banished to the void by the Dark Elves.
It can't be. What possible purpose could that have served?
The Dark Elves had been waiting for any excuse to banish dwarfs to the void. They disguised their true identity and threatened war against all dwarfs.
And to think my life has been conducted under the shadow of guilt for no reason, save it fit the heinous machinations of the Dark Elves. I must think on this. But here, please take these coins for all your troubles. Oh, my! Loghaire Thunderstone, what are you doing here? I mean, of course, you are welcome here, your majesty.
Greetings, Gilbert Bates. I must say, I never thought to lay eyes on you. The boy that changed the fate of so many.
I don't know how to say. I mean, I never meant to hurt anyone. Stennar was my only friend. How could I have meant him any harm? I was so young, and I didn't know what would come of all this. How could I have possibly known?
Rest easy. I am as much to blame for what happened to the Black Mountain clan as you are, perhaps more so. Your only crime was your curiosity and your intellect. I do not hold you responsible for what followed, and you should not blame yourself.
Thank you, your majesty. You don't know what that means to me. And you can be assured that I will do all that is in my power to help you and our friend here. I've always wanted to be a friend to the dwarves. I hope that you'll let me.
It is my honor to call you friend, Gilbert Bates. And perhaps when this journey is finished, you and I might sit down and talk a little about some of your work. Some of it shows real promise, the mark of dwarven ingenuity. Stenar Rockcutter would be proud.
Why, thank you, Your Majesty. Really, they're nothing to... I mean, well, thank you.
We met before. I remember you.
Good day, madam. I need your assistance in locating two individuals, Lawrence Brummond and Elmer Burbottom.
Burbottom? Let's see. I do have a street address for Mr. Burbottom, but it's in Ashbury, 14 Trellis Way. And yes, I do have something here on a Lawrence Brummond, although he's not a citizen of Tarant. It is a newspaper article. Here is a copy for you.
Caledonian man brutally murdered. Upstanding citizen survived only by his brother. Local gentleman Lawrence Brummond was found dead in his apartment last evening, the victim of a brutal beating by one or more assailants. Currently, police have no suspects in the case. "It's downright puzzling," said Detective William Prescott. "Nothing out of the apartment was stolen, and there was plenty to steal. From what we have pieced together, Mr. Brummond was a very upstanding citizen from a well-respected family here in Caladon. Somebody took a dislike to him, and we aim to find out who and why. Police are investigating various rumors that the murder is in some way connected to the Caladon crime ring, purportedly headquartered in the Sobbing Onion Tavern in Caladon. But no substantial evidence has yet been found. Mr. Brummond is survived only by his brother Virgil, who the police are still trying to contact. 14 Trellis Way, Ashbury, the home of Elmer Burbottom.
Help me, sir. Please.
Sir, what has happened here?
I'm wounded. Oh, God, it hurts. It hurts. Oh, God, it hurts.
Who are you, sir?
I am Kendrick Wales. Perhaps you have heard of the book, The Curse of Zen-Ung.
I've read the book. That's why I'm here. I am looking for Elmer Burbottom.
Elmer Burbottom? Why?
It seems he is involved in a matter I am investigating for the Misk family.
I am Elmer Burbottom. Please tell Mrs. Misk that I'm so sorry.
You are Elmer Burbottom, but I don't understand.
He dies.
What do you want?
Hello, sir. Might I ask your name?
My name is Geoffrey Tarlondash, and who, might I ask, are you?
I am called Malthus. Might I ask what you are doing skulking around this cemetery?
I'm tending to my own business. That's what I'm doing. I swear the manners of the peasantry.
How droll. I'd almost think you possessed a sense of humour.
Perhaps you're not as ignorant and as bland as you look, stranger. You've at least the brain power to conceive an amusing response. Nicely done. You've not the barbarian upbringing I expected.
And what is your background, Geoffrey?
Mine? Oh, the usual. Raised in Caladon, schooled in Tarant, summers off the coast of Qintarra. I'm of the Fallsburg Tarlondashes, if you know that sort of thing. I spent a few years in Tula among the old wizards. Bloody boring bunch of old codgers.
I see. And what college of magic did you study?
Oh, I dabbled in the necromantic arts, mainly on the darker side. A little of this and that. I've a job waiting for me in Tarant with one of the newer mage consortiums, if I've ever a mind to go there.
Interesting. And what exactly are you doing hanging about this cemetery?
Oh, haven't you heard? Ashbury has a problem with its cemetery. Seems they've got bloody zombies just sprouting up from the ground every night, and nobody knows why. I just happened to be travelling through here on my way back to Caladon, and I thought I'd look into the matter.
What do you think the problem is?
Well, just between you and I, there's quite a famous individual buried here in the Ashbury graveyard, a fellow by the name of Malachi Wrench, who was quite a necromancer in his time, wrote a few controversial texts, that sort of thing.
But how is this a problem if he's already dead?
Yes, I'm getting to that. I think the old chap was buried with something powerful. And whatever it is finally got out, and now every dead John and Barry in this town is coming back to dinner. Quite a good story, if that's your cup of tea.
And so?
And so, I want whatever the hell is down there. And I plan on finding out just as soon as I can figure out a way to get rid of these bloody zombies.
Perhaps I might be of assistance in this matter?
Yes, you just might be useful after all. I'd be willing to offer you 500 gold pieces for whatever is raising these zombies.
Perhaps we could work together.
Sorry, old boy, but you're a bit too noble for Geoffrey Taralondash. Was there anything else?
I accept your proposal. I shall return once I have found the object.
Gem of Malachi Wrench.
Yes, what is it?
Greetings, Geoffrey. I have retrieved a gem from the catacombs.
Really? I'm very interested in obtaining that object. I'll pay you 500 gold pieces for it right now.
Sounds good. Here you are.
Thank you so much. Good day to you. You're not a bad sort. Nice doing business with you.
What? Who are you? Are you alive?
The voice of the living. So long it's been.
Just what the bloody hell are you?
Warrior in the army of the dead. Cursed death with no release. Life beyond this wasted flesh.
What happened to you? What is this curse you speak of?
This temple, a home to the Order. Speakers commune, dancing with the dead. They brought us back to sever the hand. So very long ago.
Huh?
Listen. Travel north to the cave, the dragon. Find the pool. Bring back the blood. Please. I want to live.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You hear the slightest whisper, but cannot make out the words.
I am awed by your abilities. Let the blood flow.
With the blood, please pour the blood on me. Use the blood on me. Ah, yes, my flesh is restored. I'd forgotten the pleasures, the feelings, the rush of blood running through my veins. It's ecstasy.
Who are you?
He looks at you surprised, as if he's forgotten you were there.
Me? I'm Torian Kel, warlord in the Grey Legions of the Darien Ka. How many years has it been? All of this and you, so unfamiliar.
I don't know, how long were you like that?
I don't know. I was a warrior, raised from the grave to serve in the undead legions of the Darien Ka. We fought a great battle with the... what was it? So many years ago, and I am all that is left.
A great sorrow passes over him.
Alone. So alone.
Torian Kel, I have many questions for you.
Forgive me. I owe you a debt of gratitude. What question did you have?
Tell me more of the Darien Ka from your perspective.
This was the greatest temple of the Darien Ka. When the battle between the Grey Legions and the Malokian Hand was over, we returned here, hoping to find our masters. They never returned. The Darien Ka was the ancient order of the dead, formed by the disciples of the great necromancer Kurgan in the years following his banishment. They were a secret society, unknown for years, who practiced the arts of dark necromancy. Perhaps things are different now, but the practice of the dark necromantic arts was forbidden for many years. The Darien Ka lived among the shadows for centuries, wielding their dark magics behind locked doors, uncovering the secrets of the spirit worlds, soul poisons, the raising of the undead, speaking with spirits beyond the grave.
What happened to them?
There was a great schism in the Order. Within the Darien Ka were an order of assassins. They were called the Malokian Hand, and for centuries they were the silent weapon of the Darien Ka, a deadly defense against the world and its prejudices. But one day, the Hand turned against the Order, and there was war between them. I never knew what happened to cause that rift, but because of it, the Grey Legions were raised.
What were the Grey Legions?
The Grey Legions were a great army of the undead, raised by the Darien Ka as protection against the Malokian Hand. Our sole purpose was to eradicate all traces of the Hand so that the Order could continue.
Tell me of this great battle.
Torian Kel seems lost in thought, his eyes somewhere far away.
10,000 strong we were, fearless and of one mind. Standing upon that battlefield, the darkened sky reflected in our black, burnished dread armor. The stamping cavalry on their shadow stallions behind the endless rows of the stone-faced pikemen. It was cold, but we had no breath. The air was so still.
And the Malokian Hand?
The Hand? Yes. The hand.
A look of pain, regret.
The hand were the greatest warriors of their time. Quick, deadly, precise. They stood across from us, on the opposite ridge, lightly armored, faces masked, their archers armed with elven great bows almost as tall as they were. And fire, stranger. So much fire.
Tell me of the great battle.
Oh, yes. There was a battle the likes of which Arcanum had never seen, perhaps will never see again. The hand threw themselves against us, we without death, time and time again. They severed the arm that held the sword, burned the body which held the arm, destroyed the souls within those bodies. The hand, you see, were themselves not unlearned in the ways of magic.
And the Grey Legions were defeated.
Yes, the Grey Legions fell on that day, but so did many of the Malokian hand. A few soldiers from both armies stumbled off the battlefield and were lost to history. The Darien Ka were never heard from again.
You said you were the last. What do you mean?
As I said, there were a few Grey Legionnaires who survived. Because we were undead, we walked Arcanum for centuries, trying to stay hidden from the eyes of man. But the flesh, even the flesh of the undead, cannot last forever. Little by little, year by year, our earthly shells decayed.
I suppose that explains why you were but a skeleton a few moments ago.
Yes, and I was fortunate. Do you see the piles of dust scattered here and there? Those are the last remains of my companions, dead, but not dead. You see, their souls are still trapped here on this plane, forever tied to their earthly remains. A curse. A cruel, cruel curse.
Is there nothing to be done?
There is nothing I can do. The dragon's blood pool can restore the flesh, but even it has its limits. Nothing will ever raise my comrades from the dust. They will live on, without voice, without dreams, without vision.
And what will you do now, Torian?
Now? I don't know. I don't belong here. It seems nothing like the world that I remember. All I know is war and death, even after all these centuries. I still feel the bloodlust, the need for battle. But mostly, I wish to free my remaining companions as I have been freed. Perhaps I will try to find the means to do so.
Perhaps you should travel with me.
Come with you? But why? We are of different worlds, stranger. I am a deathless warrior, raised to shed blood in defense of a long-dead order. All I have left are my memories, and my hopeless quest.
Perhaps we might find the answers together.
Perhaps you are right. Yes, we might just find our answers in the same place. I will come with you, and fight by your side. What is your name, stranger?
I am called Malthus.
As I am in your debt, I pledge to fight by your side until, well, until I can no longer do so.
Magnus glares at Torian Kel.
I'm sorry, friend, but I go nowhere with this creature.
Magnus, what is the matter now?
He was once a servant of the bloody Darien Ka. Don't you remember the damned Schuylers? You can't trust people like those. Dark magics and grave robbing. These are no things for a dwarf to get himself involved in. I'm afraid you're going to have to make a choice, my friend. Choose well.
Very well, Torian. I regret to inform you that we cannot travel together after all.
Of course. It seems our paths diverge here.
He brings an arm across his chest, bowing deeply.
I thank you for restoring me. May you find the answers you seek.
Farewell, Torian.
This is Caladon. The first Panarri temple is here. If we seek answers about Nasreddin, then that is where we should go.
Caladon is a proud city. Back before, when the dwarves were more active in the affairs of the world, we helped build this magnificent city. A dwarf actually designed the royal castle. They've destroyed the original dwarven lines by adding all that ill-conceived human technology. Shameful.
Oh God, no! Virgil!
Greetings, my friend. It seems we both have come a long way. Thank you. Thank you for bringing me back.
Virgil, what happened here?
These men. They were the men who killed my brother, Lawrence. I had come here tonight to confront my past once and for all. I knew that it would most certainly lead to my own death, but I just couldn't run from it any longer.
Can you tell me what happened with Lawrence?
Yes, it no longer holds any power over me. Before I met you, before I met Joachim, I was very different. I was a criminal, really. An evil man. There's no other way to say it, and I don't mind admitting it to you now. I lived my life like a dead man. Well, at least in the sense that I used to view such things. I cared very little for anything at all. I lived only from moment to moment, no sense of right or wrong. I stole or lied or even killed with no thought for morality or consequence, and the men I associated with were the same way. Such lives feed upon themselves. My family moved to Caladon when I was younger. Lawrence and I were close in our early years, but the life I chose to lead as I grew older was repulsive to him, and we finally had a falling out. At the time, I didn't care. The dead have no family and remember not their pasts. This place is a place for the walking dead, a place where men gather to feed their darker sides. I knew it well, too well. I spent a lot of time here, time and money. I also gambled with men who make a living doing so, and one night, I lost more money than I had. I was threatened physically when I couldn't pay, but what is pain to dead men? I laughed and bled and spat on them. It was only then that they threatened to kill my brother if I didn't pay. Of course, I thought it was only a threat, and really, in the end, I didn't feel anything about the matter. I'd left all that behind me, or at least that's what I thought. I can't tell you the pain which tore open my very soul when I found Lawrence, bleeding and broken, a life gone out of him. I cursed myself and the gods and everything else I had forsaken, and I ran. I ran so far and so fast that I don't remember anything until I woke up on the doorstep of the Panarri temple, where Joachim took me in.
Yes, and doesn't that seem like so very long ago, Virgil?
What? Who are you?
I am Elder Joachim.
You are Elder Joachim?
Yes, it is I. I must apologize. I have been so busy trying to find out who is trying to kill you and why, that I neglected to consider the fact that you might need my help in other matters. But you are alive, and so I rejoice.
How did you know where to find Virgil?
I'd heard that Virgil was back in Caladon, alone. I feared the worst, as I knew a little more about his past than you did. I've been searching for him for the past week, and only now did I find him. You've changed much, young Virgil.
Yes, Joachim, and I have seen much, but I still remember the lessons you taught me. They have brought me through all of this, even through death itself.
I knew from the moment I saw you that you were special somehow, that you were meant for more than the life you left behind. And I see that I was right. The Living One could not have chosen a better companion. You will be a powerful ally in the battle to come.
And what have you been doing, Joachim?
Well, since I left Stillwater, I've been trying to find out if the prophecies say any more about what it is you're supposed to be doing. Unless I've missed something, Arronax hasn't yet returned. What have you found out?
Joachim listens intently as you recall the events leading you to this point in the cellar of the Sobbing Onion.
Ah, that is quite a tale. You've done very well, and I think your journey is approaching the end.
Let us hope so. Are you coming with us, Joachim?
No. I think that you are in capable hands. I am no longer needed here, but I'm sure I can find something to keep me busy. Good luck. May the spirit of Nasruddin be with you and guide your path. Farewell. Good luck to you, Living One.
I was just saying that I came here tonight to face my past, and to avenge my brother whom I betrayed. These men were the men who killed him. I knew that I wouldn't survive, but the weight of his death and my cowardice were too much to bear any longer. And here you found me.
Tell me, Virgil, was it worth it? Do you feel that weight any less?
Yes, I saw Lawrence, you see. I saw him on the other side. We didn't really speak, but I felt that he was at peace, that he held no ill will towards me. That lessened my guilt, allowed me to see that those choices I'd made were made by someone else, another man, and that I had left that man behind.
The other side, death. Tell me what that was like.
It was, peaceful, I suppose. I remember very little. I have memories of a grey place, warm, silent. There was no pain there, no suffering. And I remember feeling that it was boundless. A place that was no place, not a prison nor a punishment, but freedom without end.
You sound as if you enjoyed it somehow.
I did, in a strange way. You've no idea what it's like to let go of everything that constitutes our struggles in this life. Pain, greed, envy, guilt. It's liberating, even in its emptiness. I can honestly say that I wanted to come back, to finish what I'd began with you, but that a small part of me wanted very badly to stay. And I think that I carry that grey place with me always. A small piece of death.
You should have told me. I would have helped you.
I know you would have. But this was a journey that I had to make myself. This all sounds so bloody serious, doesn't it? This wise and introspective gibberish doesn't fit me very well. I'll do my best to put a cap on it. But it has changed me for the better. And I thank you once again.
I'm glad you're back. Will you join us?
Yes, of course I will journey with you. As your protector and as your friend. As if I've got a bloody choice. Aren't we all just pawns of prophecy? And something else. I'm not sure, but I think that something has happened to me as a result of all this. I may be better equipped to face Arronax when the time comes. Yes, let us continue on.
Hello again. What can I do for you?
I have found out who sold the information leading to Victor's death.
You have? Who was it?
'Twas the butler. Who else?
I see. Well, I suppose you just never know about people, even the ones closest to you. Perhaps there was some justice in his untimely death. Thank you for your help, sir.
What do you mean, his untimely death?
Haven't you heard? He was found in his home a few days ago, a knife buried in his heart. Perhaps there was something to that curse after all. Well, I thank you for your help in the matter, sir.
The Silver Lady told us that our answer lies with Nasreddin. I do not think she was referring to you, eh? We should go to the central Panarri temple in Caladon. Nasreddin's remains are buried there.
Nasreddin? He was the leader of the Elven Council during the Age of Legends. And since my mother said that your answers lie with him, I recommend we find out as much about him as possible.
Nasreddin? Isn't he the fellow that those bloody Panarri are always chanting over? We dwarves put little stake in long-dead elves, as I'm sure you can well imagine. Wait, aren't you supposed to be him? Or some such foolishness? This whole thing gives me a headache.
I think that we should look for the grave of that old elf. Something about all of this doesn't feel quite right, but I can't quite place the feeling.
This thick tome looks ancient. The pages are of worn parchment, with gold-leafed illustrations and illuminated letters. The cover says, Archaon. And Nasreddin, great and powerful father, was born in the elven forests of old. Body of flesh, but spirit and wisdom of the gods. And he gathered about him an elven council, a group of wise and benevolent beings who saw the world as he did. Dwarf and elf, human and gnome, halfling and orc. All were beautiful to him, and he watched over them all as if they were his own children. And the Elven Council, they protected Arcanum from the evils which infested it, and many were sent to the void, banished from this place for their crimes. mighty Gorgoth, whose hunger was only satiated in the emptiness of the void. Krakatur, whose heart was dark and fearful, but whose fury was only quenched in the blackness of the void. The Bane of Kree, whose bloodlust was limitless and could only be contained in the endlessness of the void. And Kurgan the Terrible, betrayer of the Elven Council, whose dark magics were an abomination and could only be forgotten in the blankness of the void. And the land was peaceful until the coming of Arronax, who wanted the world for himself and all of its races as his slaves. And there was a great battle between Arronax and Nasraden, a battle to end all battles. And great Nasraden banished Arronax to the void and saved the world from darkness and pain. But so great was this battle that Nasraden was mortally wounded. And so he traveled to the southernmost tip of the land, and there laid himself to rest. But he watches over us still, awaiting the time when the evil shall return. And he shall come again, and he shall be strange to us, and some will not know his face. And his spirit shall be reborn on wings of fire, in hills shrouded in fog. And there he shall fight the final battle with the evil one.
Wait! Do you see that man? The one at the front of the temple? That's Alexander, first acolyte of the Panarri Church. I never thought I'd actually lay eyes on him. The man's a living legend. Joachim used to tell me stories about him. Not a nobler soul in all of Arcanum, it said. And he's a skilled warrior as well. Not the sort you want to tangle with.
Oh, it's you finally come, the Zephyr Crash survivor. I am Alexander, first acolyte of the Panarri Temple. It's a great pleasure to meet you.
What? What are you talking about?
Do you have any idea what that means? It's you. You're the living one, Mephiah. It's a miracle.
Let's not blow this out of proportion.
Out of proportion? This is an astronomical event. The return of Nasraden. The final battle. The end of all we know. And a new beginning. The most amazing.
Fine. Then I'm the living one. Whatever. Now do as I say and shut up.
Of course. But you must listen to me. We were warned by the High Priest to expect your arrival. And he told us to scorn you as an impostor. For some reason, he refuses to believe.
I can understand his position. The whole thing is a bit odd. What can you tell me of the Panarri religion? Its history?
Our beliefs are centered around the life and teachings of Nasraden. Throughout his life and in the years since his passing, there has been much written about him by those who knew him, as well as by learned men who have studied his life. There are many scholars here in the First Temple. The two most learned are Hadrian, the church archaeologist, and Gunther Wilhelm, the church historian. Both are well versed in Panarri history and have detailed information concerning their specific disciplines.
The man in front of you is a wizened old gnome with wildish gray hair and a beard 3 days grown. He looks up at you, grinning toothlessly.
Call me Hadrian, acolyte of the Panarri, and the local expert on church archaeology.
Well met, Hadrian. I am called Malthus. I would like to discuss the remains of Nasraden.
The remains? What would you like to know about them?
Where are they? Have you seen them?
No, and I'd do anything to see those old bones of his. There are so many questions I could answer if I could only have a look. When he died, how he died. I want to know if his skeletal structure is the same as common elves, or if his prolonged use of powerful magics changed him somehow. So many questions, and I have never been able to see them.
But why? Aren't you the church archaeologist?
Yes, you'd think so, wouldn't you, young man? I mean, when the elders need someone to go digging in the dark caverns of the Bangelian deeps, who do they call upon? Or if some poor fool comes across a tomb sealed with a Gorgothian blood curse,
ring the bell for old Hadrian.
But why? Why won't they let you see them?
I have no idea. He throws his hands into the air, upending a stack of papers and what looks to be a cup of dark ale. They speak of desecration and sacrilege, but the man is dead. D-E-A-D. I respect and cherish Nasruddin and what he taught us more than anyone, but I hardly think he'd be upset if I chipped a piece of bone from his mere earthly shell.
I see your point. I myself would also love to take a look at them.
Really? Are you a fellow archaeologist, my friend?
Yes. Strictly freelance, of course.
Yes. You do seem to have that particular look about you. Probably a little dirt under those fingernails, eh? Well met. And what interest do you have in the remains of Nasruddin?
Well, I am thinking about converting, but need a little proof.
I understand, my friend. Faith is a wonderful thing, especially when backed up by some good, hard evidence. I've made a few notes over the years about the sarcophagus. Yes, here we are.
But you've never been inside, has anyone?
As far as I know, no one has ever broken the seal on the sarcophagus.
Interesting. I'd really like to see what's in there, Hadrian.
The old gnome leans closer, indicating you to do the same. Just how bad do you want to see them, my friend?
Very much.
Good. Enter the sewers through the grating just in front of the temple. There is a crack in the wall. It leads to the old catacombs beneath the temple. Return to me with whatever you find. If possible, bring me a piece of the skeleton. I'd enjoy being able to finally get a look at it. Together, we'll see what old Nasruddin has to tell us. This glass case houses what looks to be a small ovular black stone. The plaque reads, "The Eye of Krakatur." This case houses what seems to be the bones of a finger. The plaque reads, "Finger of Mannox."
What is this? A skeleton's finger?
Yes, that is the finger of Saint Mannox. He was one of the elders of the Panarri church. A very, very holy man. He was the only man in the history of our church who was ascended by Nasruddin. That means his body was taken directly from this life to the next.
I see. And his finger, why is it here?
Legend tells of a time when Saint Mannox had been captured by barbarians. They were holding Mannox for ransom. He told his people to refuse, so the barbarians threatened to cut off one of his fingers if he didn't comply. Mannox calmly picked up a knife, told them there would be no ransom, and cut it off himself.
And what of this black stone? The Eye of Krakatur?
Yes, that is the Eye of Krakatur.
Such a beautiful stone.
No, I mean, it's really the Eye of Krakatur. When the Elven Council was banishing him, he put up quite a struggle. Somehow, the monster's eye got put out, and someone found it as they were cleaning up. Dreadful creature that Krakatur was.
Well met, friend. I am Gunther Wilhelm, the church historian. I have a variety of responsibilities here, from translations to document restorations, as well as authentication of any literary finds. If it's written, and it has to do with the Panarri, it's my job to know about it.
Well met, Gunther. What are you currently working on?
Currently, I'm doing some research on older translations of the Archaeon. I have found some interesting discrepancies that I'm looking into.
Discrepancies, you say? What sort of discrepancies?
There are a few differences in some of the passages that I've found in this earlier version. I'll give you an example. The Archaeon we read today refers to our order as the Panarri. The word Panarri in the Old Elven tongue means light servant or follower. but in this older copy we are referred to as the Panrhines, which means defenders of the gate. Very odd indeed.
That's very interesting. What can you tell me of the statue located in the front of the temple?
That statue is of Saint Mannox, one of the early elders of the church. He was the only person, reputedly, to have ascended. That is to say that the spirit of Nasruddin appeared and took his body directly from this plane of existence to the next.
You say reputedly. Do you not believe this?
There is no doubt in my mind that Mannox was a very holy man. My belief in an inconclusive set of circumstances does not invalidate this fact, regardless of how that might reflect on my own faith.
Were there any eyewitnesses to this event?
There were 2 eyewitnesses. One was an elf named Ra'andar, and the other... what was his name? Kanhua, I believe.
The instant the name rolls off his lips, a shiver runs down your spine. Kanhua, a familiar name, a dark name. What could the Dark Elves have to do with the Panarri?
Their accounts of the incident were almost exactly the same, and both were beautifully written. Almost all of the records concerning the life of the great saint have been lost over the years. Very little is known about him, or what he did before he was... taken? Of course, there are the usual insubstantial accounts of miracles, and of course there's Alexander.
What does Alexander have to do with Saint Mannox?
You haven't heard? He almost never speaks of it. The man has enough humility for all of us. Alexander is a direct descendant of Mannox. His family has held the position of first acolyte for the past 1500 years.
That is quite a legacy. Tell me, what do you know of the remains of Nasruddin?
Me? I know very little about them, save for the documents we have associated with their discovery, and a few research documents about the sarcophagus itself. Hadrian the archaeologist would have more information about the specifics.
Do the church records tell you who discovered them?
Yes, let me see. Here we are. The elf's name was Kanhua.
Wasn't the person who witnessed the ascension also named Kanhua?
Why, yes, is at least the same name. Let me look at the years. The discovery of the remains happened within a few years of the ascension of St. Mannox. I never realized that, but you're correct. That very well might have been the same person.
Don't you find that strange? Perhaps a little convenient.
You're very curious about this whole affair, my friend. Tell me, what is your real interest in this?
It's a long story.
Gunther cracks a curious smile as you recount your journey across Arcanum.
I see. You're telling me that you are the sole survivor of the IFS Zephyr crash?
Yes.
I was wondering when you were going to tell me. I've been looking for you for a long time, you know. The rumors abound, and we'd heard you might come calling. I'm so very glad you've decided to put your trust in me.
Thank you, Gunther. I really need to see those remains.
Thank you, friend. Return here when you've seen the remains, and tell me what you find. I may be able to help you once we know what it is you're looking for.
This massive stone sarcophagus is covered in runes and carvings. It looks to be centuries old. There is a skeleton within the sarcophagus within Nasruddin's tomb, dressed in ragged robes. The skeleton is missing its right finger. You notice peculiar markings on the inside portion of the sarcophagus lid, which appear to be scrawled in blood.
Hadrian, I have returned from Nasruddin's tomb.
The skull! Wonderful. May I see it, please?
But of course.
Thank you. This is an exciting moment. We will be the first to lay their eyes upon Nasruddin in more than 2,000 years. The things we will know. What? Hold on a moment. What is this? This skull. You say this is the very skull from the sarcophagus in the burial chamber? Are you certain?
Yes, of course. I am positive. Whatever is the matter?
This skull, it's not even elven. It's a human skull. This is impossible.
There were some other strange things I noticed. Something was drawn in blood on the inside of the sarcophagus.
What? You said it was drawn in blood?
You described to Hadrian the circular symbols and ancient text on the inside of the sarcophagus lid.
I don't know what that symbolizes, nor why it would be there. The word sounds like ancient Panarum, a language used by the early church elders. It hasn't been used for centuries, but Gunther Wilhelm is an expert and will know what it means. But if it was drawn there by... Oh, God! They buried him alive!
I also noticed the skeleton was missing his right finger.
His right finger? You know what that means. Oh no, it couldn't be.
Do you think it is the body of St. Mannox?
I don't know. Good God, why? Why would they have buried him in the tomb of Nasreddin?
Hadrian, what are we going to do?
I have no idea. This discovery, I'm speechless. 2,000 years, and no one ever even bothered to check. What fools have we been? Listen, my friend, I recommend you go and speak with Gunther about this. Find out what the message says. I can be of no further use. Perhaps this was a stone better left unturned, my friend. It is not every day that one is faced with the negation of his belief.
Welcome back. Have you found what you were looking for?
Gunther, I have discovered some disturbing things regarding the tomb of Nasreddin.
Interesting. It would seem that the proverbial wool has been pulled over our eyes, but for what reason? I suppose it could be that the early church elders believed that an ascension story might strengthen people's beliefs, but at the cost of another man's life? I find that very difficult to believe. But I have found something I believe might confirm that those remains are false.
There was also a message scrawled in blood, and a drawing that looked like this.
I have no idea what the broken ring represents, but the two words are written in Old Panarum, a dead language that was once used by the elders of the church. The first word means mirror or opposite, and the second word means truth. As for the meaning of the whole message, I'm at a loss. I think we can assume that St. Mannox was very much trying to tell us something.
And what did you discover, Gunther?
Remember I told you I was working on those older translations? I found another passage from it that is inconsistent with the Archaon that we read today. Have you heard the passage where it talks about the final resting place of Nasreddin? Today's Archaon reads, Nasreddin travelled to the southernmost tip of the land, and there laid himself to rest. The copy I've been translating says almost the same exact thing, except for one slight difference. Nasreddin crossed the waters and travelled to the southernmost tip of the land.
What are you saying, Gunther?
I am saying that I don't think Nasreddin was buried here in Caladon. We have always just assumed that the scriptures were speaking of the mainland. And of course, when the remains were found, no one ever bothered to look again.
So where are the remains?
The southernmost tip of any land in Arcanum is the Isle of Thanatos, to the south of here. I think that is where you should go next. If I might ask you a favor, if you have the time before you leave, perhaps you could uncover the truth behind St. Mannox. There are men here who would be interested in finding the responsible party.
I will look into the St. Mannox matter. But why do you think they would do all this?
I don't know, my friend. Perhaps there is something about the actual remains of Nasreddin which they are afraid of. You should seek out his final resting place, and there, I think, you will find the answers.
I am awed by your abilities. Let the blood flow. Good show, sir.
I've never seen such a skillful play.
have no idea what the broken ring represents, but the first word means opposite, and the second word means truth. I think we can assume that Saint Mannox was very much trying to tell us something.
The ring of Broadgar is the place where Arronax was banished to the void. The stones in the ring itself are the wards that hold him there. It is an old place, but empty. When you're there, you can feel the emptiness that the banishment caused.
This stone vault looks ancient. An inscription on its face reads, "Ye must know the word that opens all doors."
Truth.
Sword of Mannox. Journal of Saint Mannox. 15th of Darkfall. Year 1108, more than 700 years ago. My mind is troubled. An elf by the name of Canhua has begun ingratiating himself into the council. I do not know why he makes me uncomfortable, but I feel great distress when I am in his presence. 10th of New Sun, 1109. Canhua has brought several of his elven folk into the fold. Worse, he is beginning to spread heresy. He has insinuated that the wards are merely an outward representation of an inward discipline that we all must cultivate, or some such nonsense. 35th of New Sun, 1109. I was visited today by the physical manifestation of Nasradin. I am certain of this. He asked me all manner of questions and appeared pleased when I explained how I was maintaining the wards. It was only after he departed that I realized I had actually been speaking with Nasradin himself. I do not know from where this certainty comes, but I am sure in my heart that it was him. 37th of New Sun, 1109. Canhua means to kill me. Yesterday I confronted him with the news of my vision of Nasradin, and he exploded with rage, calling me a heretic. Later that night, as I was out performing my walking meditation, I was set upon by his elven cohorts. After killing several of them, I fled. I do not know what I shall do now. The truth of the Panarri must live beyond me. I can only imagine the lies Canhua has been spreading in my absence. 1st of Solstice, 1109, the final entry. My exile is at an end. I will return to the temple and declare what I know, for all to hear. I will leave my writings safely hidden here, along with my ceremonial sword, as I know my death is at hand. My soul I now commit to the hands of Nasradin. Signed, First Acolyte Mannox.
Adrian, I have found out the whole truth.
The elderly gnome looks up at you with haunted eyes as you describe the dark elf Canhua's murder of Saint Mannox and successful infiltration of the Panarri church.
The man truly was a saint and a warrior. And it seems that we Panarri have been neglecting our true duties. That will no longer be the case. Thank you, my friend. You've done this church and all of Arcanum a great service.
I have discovered the truth about Saint Mannox. And look, I have found his journal.
It seems that we have been misled from the beginning, and now I understand why we were first called the Defenders of the Gate. The Panarri have a great responsibility. We shall begin to live up to it.
Many of your troubles, Living One, were born because we allowed ourselves to be deceived for so many years. That will be no longer, and it seems that my family has been deceived and dishonored. I think I know to whom I must speak about this.
Alexander looks fiercely in the direction of the High Priest's chambers.
I also found this, the sword of Saint Mannox, the sword of your family.
I never hoped to see this. It was lost so many years ago. It will be put to good use, I can assure you. Thank you, Living One. Your help here has been invaluable. I wish you luck on your quest and in the great conflict to come.
Farewell, Alexander.
We need to get to Thanatos to locate the real grave of Nasruddin. This is not going to be an easy task, however. The Isle of Death is aptly named, overrun with monsters, if one believes the tales.
I'm not quite sure I heard you right. Were you asking me about islands again? I know you weren't asking me about islands.
I can tell you that Thanatos is no day in the park. I, for one, am looking forward to the pure thrill of combat against seemingly insurmountable odds. It will be a glorious death, eh?
That's very comforting, Loghaire.
Ha! I like your sense of humor, boy. Don't take it so hard. There is a slight chance we will survive.
I can't believe it!
What, Magnus?
Tell me, my friend, do you recognize that symbol on the wall?
No, I don't think so. What is it?
It's the symbol of my lost clan. The symbol on the gauntlets that my grandfather gave to me. He said it was our family symbol. The symbol of the Iron Clan.
Yes, Magnus. The symbol is the same. You are of the Iron Clan, Magnus Shalefist. I, Loghaire Thunderstone of the Wheel Clan, pledge my friendship to you and your people. May the Iron Clan again rise to its ancient glory.
I can't believe it. I mean, the Iron Clan. My grandfather would tell me stories of them, legends. I never thought they were real. I never dreamed that I would. That I am.
As did my own. You have much to consider, Magnus Shalefist. The Iron Clan and all of its history are now in your hands. The clan will need a chieftain, and I see no better dwarf than you to assume that position. Such a responsibility is not taken lightly. Remember that in the days to come.
Hold, Loghaire. Will you be the Iron Clan's king as well?
That will be up to Magnus, and is also a matter of grave importance. All dwarves who follow the Thunderstone do so of their own choice. I would welcome the Iron Clan to our kingdom, but the choice must be made by its chieftain.
Yes, of course. I have much to think on, much to consider. But regardless of the choice made, I pledge also the friendship of the Iron Clan to you, Loghaire Thunderstone. You are truly a dwarf among dwarves, and it has been my honor to fight at your side.
Magnus, what will you do now?
Huh? What do you mean?
We finally found your lost clan. Does this mean we part ways?
Part ways? What? Are you mad? My place is with you. As if you could get along without me. You're going to need a dwarf from the Iron Clan if you want to get through this affair in one piece. I stand with you, if you will have me.
Then you will come with me?
Of course, you bloody fool. I'd have it no other way. We'll finish this thing together, whatever is to come.
Good show, sir.
Thanatos, the Island of Death? I know very little of it beyond its reputation. I recommend that we be very cautious.
Thanatos? Bloody Monster Island. A place of death. And for some reason, I agreed to come along. Remind me to get my head examined when we get back to the mainland. If we get back there.
twice before attacking us again, eh?
Your treacherous trek through the thick jungle of Thanatos to find the grave of Nasruddin leads you to a remote cabin at the southernmost tip of the isle.
What do you want of me? I did not choose to live on this island for its ambience. I chose it so I wouldn't have to entertain fools. Leave me be.
Calm down, old man. I am not here to bother you. I am here to find a grave.
That is quite the fool's journey, just to find someone's dead body. I'm afraid to ask, but whose grave would you be looking for?
I seek the final resting place of Nasruddin.
Ah, searching for the great Nasruddin. Ha! The great Nasruddin. What was so great about him? Damned fool, if you ask me.
What? How dare you, old man? Do you have any idea who you're talking about? Nasruddin was the wisest and most benevolent elf in the history of Arcanum. He saved us all, and that includes you. So I recommend you keep your comments to yourself.
Oh? And you think you know about Nasruddin, young man? Who are you to tell me about that old worthless elf?
Worthless? Why, I ought to... No, I'm not going to sink to your level, old man. Nasruddin would have had more patience with men of your kind, and so will I. I don't have to defend him.
Oh, of course you don't have to defend him, young man. The old elf was completely incorrigible. There's no defense whatsoever for individuals of such low character as he. You've chosen well not to waste your words on the likes of Nasruddin.
You're testing my patience, old man. Another bad word about Nasruddin, and it might just be the last one you say on both feet. Do we understand one another?
Virgil, perhaps you ought to keep your voice down with our new friend here.
Ah, now there's the voice of reason. And from such a beautiful young elf. You know, in my younger days, I knew a girl who looked a lot like you. She had the most wonderful name. Let me see, what was it? I suppose it would translate to something like the Silver One.
Yes, I also know someone like that. She used to tell me about a great man she once knew. She told me that he taught her a great many things, that he was much like her own father.
Ah, yes. Make sure to pass on my greetings to your mother. She was such a wonderful child, and it seems she has a wonderful daughter as well. Greetings, Princess Raven.
I will pass on your greetings to her. It will make her very happy to know you are here among us. Greetings, Nasruddin.
Nasra what? You're Nasruddin?
I would say in all my glory, but I'm afraid I haven't any left.
But you're Nasruddin. You saved the world from Arronax.
No. I delivered the world to Arronax. I put in place the system that he felt was his for the taking. I even imparted my elven arrogance to him. I must bear full responsibility for his actions.
A bit dramatic, don't you think? Arronax's actions were his own.
You do not understand. He was my son. I taught him everything. Only to see him be carried away by his youthful temper. I should have seen it. There must have been a way to stop him before it came to what it did.
I have heard all the legends. Tell me what really happened.
It started in the Age of Legends. I was young, headstrong. I thought I could take on the world, and I did. I fought the good fight to protect the lesser races, as I arrogantly called them, from the chaos that raged everywhere. Dragons, demons, evil sorcerers, I fought them all and won. And this, all before even the days of the Elven Council. I gathered a group of idealistic mages together, and we created an Elven Council, for the good of all. We really believed that. For a time, I suppose it was even true. I really believe things began to change when we discovered a way to banish things from this plane of existence.
You are speaking of the Void. Why did it change things?
It was the ultimate weapon. Once something was banished from this plane of existence, it could never return. With ultimate power comes ultimate responsibility, and ultimate corruption. We were quick to use it on new and ever more terrible threats. The Bane of Kree, Krakatoa, Gorgoth, Kurgan.
So how does Arronax fit into all this?
Sometime during all this heroic carnage, my son came of age. I quickly ushered him into the council, amidst some of the others' protest about his young age and inexperience. And then it all came crashing down upon me. Look, are you certain you really want to hear all this self-pitying drivel?
Of course. We have trekked Arcanum from top to bottom to arrive here. What did Arronax do that was so terrible?
He had taken it upon himself to keep the balance, as he termed it. He believed that being a member of the council validated any course of action he chose to pursue. This meant attacking anything he saw as a threat, such as a city that had begun building advanced technological devices. Vendigroth, it was called. He warned them to cease their destructive behavior, and destroyed one of their factories to underscore his point. Justifiably afraid for their very lives, they swiftly constructed a device that could destroy even the most powerful wizard. He responded by calling on forces that few of us had ever seen, and wiping not just the city, but the whole province of Vendigroth from the face of Arcanum with one blow. He felt himself betrayed when the council condemned his actions. He showed no remorse. In his arrogance, he was sure he would be vindicated. I cast the deciding vote to banish my own son. If I must die, I will be the last, he screamed as he hurled the spell that brought an end to the council, the Age of Legends, and my will to live. It was a harsh dawn that morning on the plains of Brodgar, and it was there in the shadow of the Black Spire that our armies met in the most terrible battle that Arcanum has ever seen. As the sun set, only 4 of us were still alive to witness the destruction we had brought to pass. I found Arronax among the corpses of our decimated armies, and it was there that I condemned my own son to the void. Only through our combined might that Arronax was subdued, and I watched my own son fall into the horror of the void. But such was the fury and power unleashed by this conflict that the very fabric of reality was torn asunder. With our remaining energy, we were able to seal the rift with powerful wards, and the Ring of Brodgar still stands today as a monument to my son's destructive pride and my own unforgivable failure. When I regained consciousness, I was on the shore of Thanatos. I'd regained just enough energy to seal myself in a regenerative shell. I remained that way for 1,000 years. No one had ever stayed in a shell for anywhere near that amount of time. Somehow my magical hibernation extended my life much beyond that of even the most powerful elven mages.
Why have you hidden yourself away here for 1,000 years?
The world out there is not mine. It only serves to remind me of my failure. Everyone I knew, everything I held dear is gone. I myself should have died long ago. Besides, I do not fancy being worshipped as a god.
You know about the Panarri?
I'm well aware of the whole Panarri tomfoolery, yes. When I emerged from my regenerative state, I traveled to the mainland. I suppose I thought I could somehow live among the world again. After I spoke with that Mannox fellow, I knew I was deluding myself.
Did he tell you how the Panarri began?
He did not know much. Mostly some fanciful notions mixed with bits and pieces of history. As near as I was able to put together from speaking with him, Kryn Urden, the last surviving member of the council, started the Panarri simply to maintain the wards, to periodically strengthen them, as it were.
Did you tell Mannox who you were?
After I listened to his insane beliefs for what seemed like hours, I hinted that I had actually known Nasruddin. He was already too far gone. He would not have believed any of my protests or denials of my godhood. He most likely would have interpreted the whole thing as some sort of test, I suppose.
Are you aware that Mannox was killed by Canwa?
When Mannox disappeared, I knew that something of that nature must have transpired.
And you did nothing about it?
I decided it was no longer my place to play a god. Who am I to decide who is right? When I took on that role before, well, you have already heard what happened then.
The Panarri believe I am your reincarnation.
I pity you, then. I received a taste of their hero worship from Mannox, and I can tell you I didn't like the taste of it one bit.
Hold on there! Do you two realize exactly what you're talking about here? Perhaps this is an interesting philosophical debate for you two, but we're talking about the foundations of the Panarri religion here.
Virgil, I don't think now is the time.
I mean, if you're not dead, that means you're not his reincarnation. Where the bloody hell does that leave the rest of us? Are any of the prophecies true? Have all of us Panarri just been running around half-cocked for the last 2,000 years?
Easy, young Virgil. I know how all of this must make you feel, and I apologize for making light of your beliefs. Unfortunately, I don't have the answers you're seeking.
I mean no disrespect, Nasruddin, but if you don't have any idea as to what's going on here, then you'll forgive me if I'm having a few doubts concerning the validity of my newfound religion.
Good, Virgil. If there is one thing in life that one must learn, it is to question everything. In the end, I'm sure you will have the answers that you seek. And whether or not this is all the fulfillment of a prophecy or just random chance, does it change the gravity of our situation? Would you do anything differently if you knew one way or the other?
No, I wouldn't. And I will see this until the end, regardless of the reasons behind it. Thank you, Nasruddin. At the very least, your wisdom warrants a religious movement, even if its followers tend to be a bit soft in the head.
I'm touched. Listen, Nasruddin, we have a problem. Arronax is coming back.
I feel as if I've been waiting to hear those words since I awoke, those many years ago. I had hoped it would never come to this. From your tale, I can only surmise that the Black Mountain clan were banished to the void to construct some sort of technological device to nullify the wards.
Yes, we have discovered that is how he plans to return.
Why, Arronax? Why can't you see the folly of the path you've chosen? What are you going to do about this situation?
What am I going to do? He is your son. What are you going to do?
I fear there is nothing I can do. I am old, tired. I do not believe I could stand up against my son now, even if I could find the heart to try.
How is it that he is still so powerful after all this time?
We do not know what life in the void is like, if it can be even called life. Who knows what sources of power could be found on the other side?
But there must be some way to stop him.
I can think of only one possible strategy to defeat him now. You must retrieve the Vendigroth device that was meant to destroy him.
The Vendigroth device? But you said Vendigroth was destroyed.
And so it was, above ground. There are many catacombs and tunnels lying beneath the surface. Some of the members attempted to retrieve it to use against Arronax, but they never returned. We were forced to battle him without it, and you know the consequence of that.
What does the device do?
Extremely powerful mages have the ability to regenerate themselves whenever they are badly hurt, as I did. If one is powerful enough to hurt a master sorcerer gravely, the mage will retreat into his regenerative shell and emerge stronger than ever. The device is the only way known to disrupt the regenerating shield.
And disrupting this field kills the mage within?
Quite so. The technology of the device is designed to disrupt the field in such a way as to cause the shell to drain the life force instead of regenerating it. Quite gruesome to contemplate, actually. Further, it is said that one who is killed in this manner is forever separated from this world, with no chance of being returned magically or otherwise.
How can I find this Vendigroth device?
You must search the ruins of Vendigroth in the wastes where the city once lay.
But how can I find the ruins? The wastes are vast, as you know.
I do not know exactly. Those days are long past, and with them a better part of my memory, I'm afraid. All I know is that at one point Vendigroth and its settlements spread out over that whole area, now known as the Wastes. There was a bridge leading into the Vendigroth province.
Before I go, I have a few questions about some of the others that were banished to the void.
Whose tale of woe would you like to have recounted?
Tell me of the one they call Krakatur. In my travels, I've apparently acquired his eye.
Krakatur was a conniving coward who found a way to turn himself into a twisted monster, half man and half dragon. In this form, he terrorized cities and villages, killing their inhabitants and burning them to the ground. After a colossal battle and his defeat at the hands of the council, he cried and begged us not to banish him. Pathetic.
And what of Kurgan, the necromancer? I have heard of him in my travels.
Kurgan was a member of the council, the only human one, in fact. He was a dabbler, he was, always experimenting and searching for new magics. His discovery of the necromantic arts was the beginning of the end for him. The council took a dim view of magics that had the ability to manipulate the very life force of a being, and we bade him to stop any further inquiries in that area.
And I assume he did not stop.
He totally disregarded our warnings and continued his ghastly experiments. Arronax was assigned to investigate, and turned up the rather disturbing details. Kurgan had been stealing corpses and experimenting with their life forces. What was infinitely more disturbing to me, though, was the vehemence of Arronax's drive to have Kurgan banished rather than simply exiled.
Why did Arronax's attitude trouble you?
Our mission was to impartially judge, to rule for the common good, regardless of our personal feelings. Arronax did not even attempt to hide his hatred of Kurgan. Worse, I always suspected that Arronax's hate was based more on the fact that Kurgan was a human on the Elven Council than on the facts of the case.
Did you not believe Kurgan's crimes warranted banishment?
I believe our decision was the correct one. It is just that there is a proper way to conduct oneself, and Arronax was neither unbiased nor objective. I began to have serious misgivings about his membership on the Council after this. The whole Vendigroth situation exploded shortly afterwards, before I could come to a decision about Arronax's role on the Council.
How was Kurgan experimenting on his victim's life force?
Kurgan was pulling their spirits back from the other side to attempt to communicate with them, experimenting in different ways to perfect his resurrection magic, and worst of all, casting their life force out of the bodies once again.
Thank you for the information. I suppose I am now off to Vendigroth.
We are meant to traverse the wastes of Vendigroth in search of that device Nasrudin mentioned. Not an easy task by any means.
The wastes are supposed to be the most dangerous tract of land in all Arcanum.
Good show, sir.
Good show! Good show! Perhaps they'll think twice before attacking us again, eh?
I think this is the ruins of old Vendigroth. There have always been rumors and legends as to its existence, but I've never thought to actually see it. This is a dark place, an evil place. We should do what needs to be done and leave here as soon as possible.
I am awed by your abilities. Let the blood flow.
The Vendigroth Times. Mage threatens Vendigroth. Crazed wizard warns against technology. An uninvited mage burst into the governor's office yesterday and warned him of repercussions if Vendigroth did not stop developing technology. This mage, who identified himself as Arronax and claimed to be a member of an elven council, demanded we observe the decisions of said council. Governor Nikolai informed Arronax that Vendigroth is a wholly independent country. We have never asked for nor accepted help from the Elven Council, nor do we recognize its authority. Arronax launched into a prolonged lecture on the right of the Elves to rule, after which the governor asked him to leave. Before departing, Arronax said we would do well to heed his warnings. We of the Vendigroth Times would like to applaud the actions of the governor, who we have been critical of in the past, and we'd like to call the citizenry to prepare for possible conflict with this crazed mage.
Good show, sir. Sir.
Good show! Perhaps they'll think twice before attacking us again, eh?
Scanlan's factory destroyed by mage. This will not stand, vows governor. The mage that threatened our esteemed governor 2 weeks ago has returned, and this time he has brought death with him. After callously destroying Scanlan's factory and thereby causing countless deaths, he had the audacity to threaten the governor once again, saying, "This is only the beginning if you continue to go down the path you've chosen." We have no comment from the governor on the direction the meeting took after that, as he is still in critical condition in the hospital. His duties have been assumed by the lieutenant governor during his recovery. Freuhoff's device finished. "Our first line of defense is complete," boasted Dr. Samuel Freuhoff, as he held up what the press has begun calling Freuhoff's device. Any mage will think twice before attacking a civilization that has the capability of wrenching his very life force from his body, with no hope of magical resurrection possible. Plans to begin construction of more devices, as well as several other types of anti-mage devices, are now underway.
I am awed by your abilities.
Wow, I've never seen such a skillful blow.
The Vendigroth device, also known as Freuhoff's device, the key to stopping Arronax.
It seems that the time has come for us to be banished, I'm afraid. So it's off to the Ring of Brodgar for us, then. Gods, to think I'm actually going to my own banishment willingly. Well, wonders never cease.
Are you prepared to face Arronax?
Yes, we have retrieved the Vendigroth device.
Then it is time. May your gods accompany you to the other side and help you to stop Arronax.
Well, this is what our quest has been pointing towards all along, isn't it? We need to locate and kill the notorious Arronax.
An impressive attack!
I know we're meant to be searching out Arronax, but we must not forget about the Black Mountain clan. Only if I can find a way to return them to Arcanum will I feel I have begun to repay them for my grievous error.
Yes? What is it?
Arronax, I presume.
Your presumption is correct. And who might I have the pleasure of addressing?
I am called Malthus.
Well, what brings you to my corner of oblivion?
Enough with the pleasantries, Arronax. We have come here to stop you.
Interesting. And just what is it that you are going to stop me from doing? I have so many things on my social calendar these days, it is difficult to know which you are making reference to in particular.
I will not permit you to escape the void and return to Arcanum.
You will not permit me? How droll! You really have absolutely no idea what you are involved with here, do you?
Well, to be honest, I have become involved in events beyond my control.
That is a feeling I have much familiarity with. Sometimes I feel that my fate was decreed from an early age.
You are here because of your actions, not some cruel twist of fate.
Do not misunderstand me. I take full responsibility for my actions. Though, how are one's actions determined, really? How is our view of the world shaped? Mine was shaped by arguably the most powerful individual in the world, my father. He raised me on tales of the righteous superiority of the Elves and the destiny that brought us to rule over all the races.
I don't think it was Nasruddin's intent that you destroy an entire city.
What did he expect? He shoved a young, immature, and inexperienced fool into a position of immense power and set me loose on the world. Why didn't he stop me? He should have stopped me.
Wait, what? Are you trying to tell me that you feel guilt over what you did?
Most certainly. I have had 2,000 years of my grievous errors and judgment replaying themselves in my mind. One tends to grow a bit of a conscience in all that time.
Where was your newfound conscience when you threatened my life?
I did no such thing. I've been here for ages. Do you really think I could reach across the void to torment you?
I tire of your lies, Arronax. Come out of that damned shell and fight me.
You fool! You think this is my protection? This is my prison! I've been trapped inside this shell for nearly 2,000 years!
What? That's impossible. This must be some sort of elven trick.
I assure you, it is not a light-hearted jest, though I wish that it were. I've been trapped here since soon after I was banished to this realm.
Who could have possibly trapped someone of your power here?
This is Kurgan's doing. When I first came here and realized what he was becoming, I attempted to stop him. Our battle was intense, yet brief. As you can see, I was not the victor.
Kurgan! The necromancer that you hated and had banished.
One and the same. It looked as if I was correct as to the effects of his experimentation. His dark magics have transformed him hideously, in body and spirit.
Could Kurgan be responsible for all this?
Arronax listens closely as you elaborate on the Dark Elf conspiracy to supposedly free him from the void and return to Arcanum to wage war.
Being that I am trapped in here, my opportunities to get information are, shall we say, a bit limited. On the rare occasion Kurgan has deigned to visit me to play his intellectual games, he has dropped some veiled clues that might make sense in light of what you've told me. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say Kurgan is impersonating me. It sounds as if these dark elves you mentioned have patterned themselves after the misguided philosophy of my youth. They are proving to be powerful allies in his quest to return to Arcanum, it seems. I doubt they would be willing to help Kurgan the Terrible return to exact his revenge.
So, it seems that Kurgan is the one I am here to stop.
That would appear to be the case. If you were able to facilitate my release from this prison, it would be my pleasure to help you destroy Kurgan.
How can I get you out of here?
I'm afraid I do not know. I do not believe Kurgan could maintain this from a distance, so there must be something near here.
I will search for a way to free you. In the meantime, There are some questions I need answered.
What are your questions?
Where is the Black Mountain clan?
I do not know. I would assume the gate they are building is located somewhere near Kurgan's castle, though.
What can you tell me of the Void?
I do not know much, but what I do know is that there used to exist some sort of civilization here, and the world was not broken up into distinct land masses. I do not know if some ancient war destroyed this realm, or if it was the doing of one of the heinous villains the Council banished.
So you're saying the Council didn't even know what the Void was?
It seems irresponsible in hindsight, but at the time they felt the Void was oblivion. Nothing was supposed to be over here.
Why did you destroy Vendigroth?
That is the great shame of my life. After I had convinced the Council to banish Kurgan, I felt I could do no wrong. When Vendigroth laughed off my warnings, I felt they needed a display of my power. In destroying one of their factories, I killed several innocent people. When they began constructing their device to protect themselves from my unprovoked attacks, I lashed out without thinking and destroyed them all. My fear of what technology could bring was so pervasive, I never thought there was any other solution.
I happen to have the Vendigroth device with me.
By the gods! That could be just the thing we need to defeat Kurgan. You must release me from here so that he may be stopped. Many thanks for releasing me from my horribly lengthy incarceration, sir. I am at your service.
Arronax, it is high time we showed Kurgan the error of his ways.
Let us send Kurgan off to that death he finds so compelling, shall we?
How do we find the bastard?
I do not know. There is a portal in the room behind me. Perhaps we can use it to travel to the other parts of the Void.
Gorgoth need food!
Gorgoth? You mean the Gorgoth? What a small world.
Gorgoth hungry. Need food. Eat, eat, eat!
I will get you some food if you help me fight Kurgan.
Yes! Kill Kurgan for food! Blood! Meat!
Will this lizard carcass do?
Good food! Kill Kurgan for food!
Great. Will you join me then?
Yes. Now, go kill Kurgan.
Well, that's the spirit, lad. Onward, then.
Who dares to disturb the mighty Krakator?
I suppose that would be me. Dreadfully sorry about that.
Sorry. Sorry. Do you have any idea the powers I can bring to bear against you? The wrath of Krakator knows no bounds.
Yes, I am very sure about that. Listen, I need your help.
Help? Why would you think that the mighty Krakator would lower himself to help a creature as pathetic as you? Krakator is terrible. His judgment swift and deadly. I grind the world under my heel. I destroy all.
Yes, I think I get the picture. This has to do with Kurgan.
Kurgan?
The massive creature in front of you seems to cringe.
Whoa, what do you mean? What do you want with Kurgan?
I'm looking to destroy him. I need the help of the mighty Krakator.
I see.
The beast rears to its full height, nostrils steaming.
So, you ask the terrible Krakator for his help in battling evil Kurgan. Fight fire with fire. I shall destroy that bumbling necromancer with a great sweep of my claw. His blood shall flow as mighty Krakator passes his judgment. All will cower before the power of Krakator.
Right. Well, you make it sound so easy. Why haven't you done it before?
Well, you know how things are over here in the Void. So many things to do. Kurgan was such an insignificant peon. Yes, that is it. I need not worry about crushing the poor fool. I figured I'd let him wait and wonder when the mighty Krakator would appear to rend him from limb to limb.
I see. He must be scared beyond belief.
Ah, yes. I know he's like a frightened little child, shivering in his great keep. Let him shiver, for Krakator is all-powerful, omnipotent, horrible as the great dragons of old. I shall swoop down on wings of fury, cleansing him with ancient fire. I will
Yes, O mighty Krakator. Now will you help me or not?
Well, now let's not rush into things here. I mean, this is Kurgan the Terrible we're talking about. Not that I will have any trouble dispatching him, of course. For I am Krakator, the rumination of past, present, and future.
Yes, I see. Please, what are you saying?
Krakator expects payment for his services. Did you think I would come to your rescue without some sort of offering? You must pay your respects. Krakator exacts a heavy toll. Entire villages have been sacrificed to appease me, for I am
Wait.
the great.
I think I have your eye here somewhere.
What? My eye? How in the name of the gods did you come across that?
It was held in a Panarri temple. They kept it as an artifact after banishing you.
Interesting. I should kill you just for bringing it back to me, for I am the great Krakator. Maidens tremble when they hear my name. I roam the nightmares of young children.
Yes, O great Krakator. Do we have a deal or not?
Yes, I suppose I have been missing my eye for quite some time. I suppose I could take it in payment for my services against this madman.
Great, so you'll join me.
Krakator will not travel with so many mere mortals. Did you need anything else from the mighty Krakator?
No, I guess not. But maybe you could tell me how you were banished here.
I was sent here only by the efforts of the powerful Elven Council, led by Nasrudin himself. There was a colossal battle between us, and only through the sheer force of their numbers did they finally subdue the mighty Krakator. Nasrudin hid like a coward while his minions died by the thousands. I was banished, but never defeated. I am Krakator.
That's very interesting indeed. Nasrudin seems to paint a different picture.
What? You've spoken with Nasrudin. He's still alive. It's been more than 2,000 years. He doesn't still hold a grudge about all of that, does he? I mean, let bygones be bygones. That's what I always say. I mean, let Nasrudin fear the power of Krakator. Let him be glad that the void stands between him and me. I would tear the flesh from his neck.
You told me how you cried like a woman when they banished you.
What? I will kill you for even speaking those words. Krakator is like a god. Krakator is monstrous, towering above the whimpering masses like a furious storm.
You are pathetic and weak, Krakator. It is that simple.
What? No one speaks such words and lives. Tremble before the might of Krakator. I have spilled oceans of blood. Mountains of bones mark the roads of my fury. Fire and destruction.
Maybe I'm not making myself clear. You are a joke.
The creature's remaining eye nearly bugs out of its head.
I've never heard such insolence. I will devour 100 generations of your family. They will curse your name for the tragedy you have brought upon this day. They will cower in fear.
I think you are a weakling. Fight me.
The great dragon beast seems to flinch.
Well, let's not let this get out of hand. I mean, I've done nothing to you. You bothered me here. Not that I won't kill you if you say one more foolish thing. For I am Krakator, vicious spoiler of history. Death to all and everything. I will...
Fight me, you coward!
His massive bulk seems to shrink as he lowers his head.
You don't seem in the best of moods. What have I done to deserve this treatment? I mean, first Nasrudin and his cronies gang up on me, and now, You will pay for this. I am Krakatur, masticator of millions. I will dine on your entrails.
You, sir, are just a blowhard. I have known tougher milkmaidens.
Don't push me. If you keep on this path, I will destroy you, and your descendants, and your ancestors too. For I am the great and mighty Krakatur. There will not even be a memory of you, for I control time and the elements. I am a god in dragon form.
I think I can stomach no more of this. Good day.
This man has the look of a fierce warrior. His heavily muscled body is covered in scars and tattoos. He sniffs the air as you approach.
A fresh arrival, eh? You still have the smell of the world on you.
And who might you be?
I have been known by many names, but the only one that matters now is the Bane of Kree. That is the name I was known by when I wielded power over men.
And how did you come by that name?
Kree was where I forced the world to respect my power. No one had ever breached the great walls of Kree, but my horde swarmed over them as if they were but a mirage. I held the fate of every man, woman, and child in my hand, and I showed them no mercy.
His eyes glaze over as he looks into the distance, savoring his moment of glory once again.
If only I could return to Arcanum.
It sounds like you savagely murdered them without cause, you coward.
He is on you faster than you can imagine, with his blade at your throat.
Do not mock me. It will be your last mistake.
Threatening me was your last mistake, savage.
Gorgoth need food now! Give me food!
Right, here you go.
This is quite the turn of events, eh? Arronax, the ultimate evil, defeated and contrite. Let's find this Kurgan and put an end to this whole affair, shall we?
Kurgan? Only that he was the first dark necromancer and that he was banished because of it. It seems that he's finally going to exact his revenge, and only we have the power to stop him. I, for one, am ready to do so.
Kurgan? Let's see. Aside from the fact that he's one of the most evil beings that was ever banished from the face of Arcanum, I can't say I know a whole lot about the fellow. Did you expect me to be friendly with him, perhaps? What kind of a fool question is that?
What? You have brought the enemy of the Master to his very door? You will pay for this outrage.
Not before you do, Ghost.
Prepare to die.
Gorgoth need food. Get in my belly. Hungry!
Good show!
Good show, sir.
I am awed by your abilities. Let the blood flow.
Gorgoth need food!
Wow, I've never seen such a skillful blow.
Someone from the other side has come!
Who are you?
I am Grenjar Silverhammer. Tell me, did Stenar reach you?
Yes, but he died before he could tell me what was happening.
Stenar? How did he die?
He perished in a horrible Zeppelin crash.
Zeppelin? What is that?
It is an airship, a boat that flies, suspended under a large balloon.
No doubt driven by dwarven ingenuity and technological advances.
Yes, something like that. Yes, you're right.
If only we had been there to see it. But fate had other ideas.
Can you tell me what has happened to you here?
The Dark Elves had been lying in wait, looking for a way to bring some dwarves over to this side. They knew that technology would eventually weaken the wards to the point of failure, but they decided to accelerate the process. They needed a machine to open the rift back up by distorting the already weakened wards. A bloody elf couldn't make a machine to save his life.
And then Bates made his steam engine.
Exactly. King Loghaire should be able to fill you in on the rest. He was the one that they convinced to banish us. We were shocked, to say the least, but our king had spoken. We were told our banishment was to the Isle of Despair. But this is where we ended up.
I can assure you that King Loghaire had no idea of their true intent.
Yes, of course you are right. Our king would never betray us knowingly.
Loghaire nods grimly, silently.
As soon as we arrived here, we were beaten mercilessly and thrown in chains. As our work progressed on the gate, Stenar formulated a plan. As soon as the gate had any functionality, he would go through and attempt to warn the other side. We knew that his absence would be noticed and that they would try to stop him. He began preparations to disguise himself as a gnome. He starved himself to the point of sickness, and when the gate was near readiness, he shaved his beard. He believed that the full responsibility for what had befallen us was his. He would do whatever he thought was necessary to make things right, even that.
What happened after he went through?
They tortured some of the clan to force us to reveal his plans, but we wouldn't break. We knew they needed us to finish the gate, and we had been disabling the gate in various ways for months. For all they knew, we still had months ahead of us to finish the damn thing, when we could have been finished months before. They killed half the clan in a last effort to force us to talk. We still did not break. And now we are all that is left of the once great Black Mountain clan.
I will return to free you, dwarf brother, when I have killed the bastard responsible for this.
Greetings. Long have I waited for your arrival, and finally this moment has come. I am Kurgan, first of the necromancers, voyager in the lands of the dead.
Not exactly the person I was originally expecting.
I would think not. Although the presence of Arronax tells me you already know much of my tale, at least as much as he deemed necessary in order to bring you into his confidence.
He told me enough. I've come to put an end to this bloody madness.
Powerful you are, very powerful. But remember the lesson I once taught you. Remember that, and listen to the words I have to say.
Very well. Your time is short. These words shall be your elegy.
My life, in the world you call Arcanum, seems so very distant. The memories clouded like those of a child, and a child I was then, probing the darker magics, given glimpses of the truths yet to come.
And the council knew well the evils of those magics. Just look at you.
Yes, look at me. And what do you see? A monster? An abomination? You've no idea what I've discovered. You see with eyes tainted by life, and all which that accursed state embodies. My vision is clear because of those magics you hold in disdain. And the council, it is they I have to thank for it.
Why? Because they punished you? Because they tried to stop you?
In your world, your Arcanum, I was powerful. Perhaps the most powerful human magicka who has ever been. But to humans, cursed with our shortness of life, our brevity, what is this power? What can be learned in that impermanent spark that is our lives? Nothing. But here, in this so-called prison, there are no limits. There is
don't understand.
This place, this void, has no time as you know it. I've been here for more than 2,000 of your years, and yet I've aged not at all. I feel as I did the moment they sent me here, or as when the Dark Elves first called to me. Do you now see? Here I can do everything I did in your world, but I am unfettered by the chains of mortality that time hangs upon us.
But the Dark Elves thought they were calling to Arronax, not you.
Yes, I know. Ironic, isn't it? It was on my ears that their feeble and pathetic cries had fallen. To me, Kurgan, who had defeated their master and thrown him in chains. Kurgan, who had manipulated them into subverting the Panarri and weakening the wards. Kurgan, who used them to send me the dwarves of the Black Mountain clan, who have now finished the bridge back to Arcanum.
But why? If you like it so much here, then leave us alone.
I truly wish I could. My reasons for returning aren't what you'd think. I had no aspirations for power or domination like your companion Arronax did. Aspirations that I became the victim of. No. Those are the motivations of the living, and I no longer place myself among them.
Then what? What is it that you want?
If only I could show you the places I've seen, you might understand the things I say. I've been to the desolate lands, wandered by those souls who still see the lands of the living, but wear the cloak of the dead. Blind to their own ends, they cry, passing through one another like shadows in the dying light of day. I've traveled to where souls rot in torment, pierced with the jagged shards of life and vision, clinging to memory, regrets of the flesh. I saw that this prison was of their own making, and the key was in unknowing, in release. And still, I traveled on. And finally, I came to the place where souls go to die, where the mirrored and worn spirits fall into an endless sea of gray, mirrored glass. And I lowered myself within, and lay there among them, and I almost did not return. And do you know what I found there? There, among the silent and battered shells of the innumerable? Peace, enlightenment, truth. Only then did I realize that this place, this life, is an abomination, a horrible distortion of the natural order. This life, who mothered pain and fear and envy, these twisted children who exist only because we are here to feed them, to nourish them. This life, this afterthought, a disturbance, a mere ripple in that great, dead sea, not even the cause, but merely an effect, sending these souls upward, screaming for release from the day they are torn from their waters. The effect of what? I do not know, nor do I care. Have you ever spoken with the dead, called to them from this side, pulled them from their silent rest? Do you know what it is that they feel? Pain. Pain when torn into this wakefulness, this reminder of the chaos from which they had escaped. Pain at having to live. There will be no more pain. There will be no more chaos. I see your soul, traveler. It screams, tattered and spent. Do you feel its pull? Do you hear its wailing? It is within my power to calm these waters, and that is what I shall do.
I suppose that's a different way of looking at things.
Hold on a moment. Might I speak with you?
Of course, Virgil.
What he is saying, it's not completely untrue. I've seen the places he speaks of, felt the peace and serenity of that great dead sea.
There is a strange longing in his eyes.
It's not something I'll ever forget.
What are you saying, Virgil? Do you agree with Kurgan?
Of course not. I made my choice a long time ago, and I choose to stand with you. Yes, there is pain in life, pain and loss and sorrow. But there is also joy and the pleasures of growing and learning. You can't have one without the other, and I wouldn't want to sacrifice either. But in the end, I stand with you, whatever your choice.
Thank you, Virgil. And as for you, Kurgan?
I can no longer tolerate the atrocities that this thing, this life has brought about. There will be peace. There will be quiet. Life will no longer be. And so I go to Arcanum to be an end to it. And then I will join the souls of the dead when it is done.
You're really quite mad, you know.
Am I? It all depends on your point of view. Take yourself, for example. You've been told from the beginning of your adventure that you're the second coming of Nasrudin, the return of the living one. Do you believe it?
No, I think it's a bunch of drivel.
As well you should. There are no prophecies. It's just the nature of living things to want to conform their existence to a foreseeable pattern, to attempt to exert control over the chaos that surrounds them. Life by its very nature disallows this. Life is an accident, the result of random chance. Therefore, its nature can be no different.
Get to the damn point. What does this have to do with your utter insanity?
There are those who would look at all that has happened to you, and then look at you, and call you a madman for not believing in the prophecy. Your opinion is based on what you have seen, what you know. My perceptions on the nature of life and death are no different.
Perhaps that is true, but my opinion doesn't threaten the whole of creation.
That only bothers you because you see your creation as the natural order of things. I've told you it's only the effect of a meddler, the incoherent scribblings of a child. It's not meant to be.
Enough of this hogwash. Be happy, Kurgan. You're finally going to die.
Very well. I shall send you to that great dead
Underestimated our
and
opponents.
then you shall die.
Not now, Gorgoth. We're about to kill this bastard.
The long-standing deception of the Panarri by the Dark Elves was finally brought to light. Alexander became the new High Priest of the Panarri, and he wrote a new chapter for the Archaon based on his experiences with the Living One. Upon returning to Arcanum, Arronax buried his father on the Isle of Thanatos. Later he traveled to the Vendigroth Wastes, and there used his powers and single-handedly raised the city from the ruins it had become. Vendigroth again became a place of awe and wonder. Under the continued leadership of Loghaire Thunderstone, the Wheel clan came out of seclusion and rejoined the world. Loghaire himself lived for more than 800 years, and songs are still sung about his bravery
and courage. Yet, after all of this, Arcanum is still what it always was, a place of possibility, a place of change. One thing is certain, and that is that nothing at all is ever certain in this place. Who's to say what the future holds for the land we call Arcanum?